Because I thought you would have, maybe.
Yeah. Woke up.
Done, son. Yeah, King Chaka Entertainment, here we go. If you haven't already, like, comment, share, and subscribe. Check us live and become a part of the show on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube, Wednesday and Thursday at 11 p.m. and Friday and Saturday at 1 a.m. Central Standard Time. Yeah. While you're playing the game, working out, cleaning, or whatever, check out the more refined audio versions of the show on Spotify, Apple, Anchor, and more. Keyword King Chaka ENT. Yeah. Shouts out to Pat, Doc, Deuce, Curtis, Brendan, Elliott, Juanita, Jay Lethal, Tariq, my Twitch follower, Francisco, and others for always supporting the channel. Yeah. Race, spirituality, politics. Let's talk about it. We generate interest into what has happened and what is happening in our world. Therefore, creating activists. Let's go. Dale gas, baby. Hey.
Dime qué tú quieres, papi.
Yo, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
Well, I'm riding around town bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
Look,
now.
I'm sipping Bacardi, visualizing on the farm Ferrari.
Catch a buzz from the life that we store in the party.
My swag immaculate, kicking this rap shit till I'm 40.
It's like electricity, just float through your
Being
body.
easy with breezes and winding down and out, baby, I'm sorry.
Switch the game, change it up, falling off now hard.
Picture me rolling Maserati with some hoes in the back.
Switching lanes, taking pictures with a bitch in my lap.
Clap your hands, everybody, if you feel this shit.
KC,
Bingo,
on the mic,
and that's it.
Take a trip down south that we call the Abyss.
I'm most curious about my silver Air Forces.
And we receiving major paper from multiple sources.
Of course, it's the bosses that handle the business.
Spice the game a little bit, cause the flavor diminished.
Like Kane and Old Dog, we society's menace.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 into the 4.
KC,
Bingo, knocking at your door. Yeah. Here it is again. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? I'm riding around town, bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town, bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now. Attack the track like a lion, cause I'm so ferocious. When the wind blow, I fly, cause my image on posters. It be wise to decide to not try to approach us. Get burnt like bread when it's stuck in the toaster. And you hoes like clothes, I told you I fold you. In the mornings I have Folgers with my doja. I suppose it's time to smell the roses. Clear my mind, check the snakes is close.
And peep my status, my stamina, swagging on niggas just amateurs. Style stay funkin' and cannabis. It's scandalous the way these bitches try to handle us. It's city balls, ball swords, and my Polaroid camera. I want my niggas on the propaganda. Welcome to this extravaganza. Hennessy, sipping weed, smoking enhancer. Even though we know that way to go is not the answer, I won't chance the opportunity to blow this shit. Take a shot at the target, and I'm not gon' miss. Kicking, flipping, splitting, rip these rap niggas to bits. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? I'm riding around town, bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town, bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now. Yeah,
like that. I like that, y'all. Like that.
why the hell this house ain't clean,
Kid,
man? Where the food at?
Hey,
Man, oh my God.
Been working all day. Dang.
Private numbers on the phone.
And it make me wonder.
No meal when I'm home.
It make me wonder.
And you don't even want a bone.
And it make me wonder.
The wrong name when you moan.
And it make me wonder.
Private numbers on the phone.
And it make me wonder.
No meal when I'm home.
And it make me wonder.
And you don't even want a bone.
And it make me wonder.
The wrong name when you moan.
And it make me wonder.
I told my girl to try new things, chocolate. She say she ain't into that.
Mine's is into that. She all on the internet.
What you mean, MySpace?
Hell yeah, MySpace. Then she wanna trip when it's chicks in my face.
Blah blah blah, etc. etc.
You ain't gon' find nobody better.
But her girlfriend's telling her
She's a princess.
but Choc, I love her. Should I come to my senses?
Pussy whoop, that vagina got you senseless.
Nah, Choc, I'm just saying I'm coming home to new.
Man, I need a blunt. Matter of fact, twist two of them.
She say that house dirty, so I blame it on the poodle.
Ain't clean the bathroom in weeks.
And she won't get pissed off when it's piss on the seat. Private numbers on the phone.
And that make me wonder.
No meal when I'm home.
And that make me wonder.
And you don't even want a bone.
And that make me wonder.
The wrong name when you moan.
And that make me wonder.
Private numbers on the phone.
And it make me wonder.
No meal when I'm home.
And it make me wonder.
And you don't even want a bone.
And that make me wonder.
The wrong name when you moan.
And that make me wonder. Tossing in the bed, strange thoughts in my head.
What you think, she cheating?
Nah, I don't know, I ain't give her a reason.
Every time I go to mine's office, her boss just leaving.
Breathing and wheezing like she got asthma.
She just got 3 raises and a brand new plasma.
Mine spend all my money at garage sales.
I was thinking about marriage, buying a ring from Zales.
Why she need $100 just to do her nails?
Man, she won't even salute my little soldier.
Just don't care.
I could swear she bipolar.
She take my Escalade.
Got me driving her Nova.
She bought a 7-Up.
Man, she know I like cola.
Forgot I was born in the month of October.
Man, I'm finna go and tell it that it's over.
Man, I'm finna go and tell her that it's over.
Yes, I just want to let you know that I'm going to be. Stop lying. I'm going to be working so a little late tonight, so could you go home and make sure the kids are in bed and probably have to cook yourself something to eat tonight, so, okay. Well, until you.
That's what I'm talking about right there. See that? It's a wrap. We done. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Hey, Jack on this one, Jack on this one, yeah. Peep it out. This that real hip hop.
Hey, flaming shot.
So you lames can stop.
Cause we flaming hot.
This that real hip hop.
Hey, flaming shot.
So you lames can stop.
Cause we flaming hot. I'm about to expose this. What's the prognosis?
They have medication, I don't know their diagnosis.
You niggas is some roaches. You wanna approach
The
this?
chopper stand for rage, so you can call it roasting.
Man, I ain't posting. You flow in slow motion.
Bang, bang, nigga, look how your chest is open.
Main thing is gonna change when he inflamed. Take over the fucking game.
The order 16 balls, and we know we go hard.
Parlez-vous français, nigga, pass the cigars.
Je m'appelle Flame Flame, and your girl give brain.
Chica, señorita, mira, I got dick.
Little poquito, won't you go and swallow it?
Dolce Gabbana, I bought it, now you model
If
it.
your essay trick, then I'ma hit him with them hollow tips.
That shit hot flame, let's go and dive.
This that real hip hop,
Hey, flaming shot,
so you lames can stop.
cause we flaming hot.
This that real hip hop,
Hey, flaming shot,
so you lames can stop.
cause we flaming hot.
They jackers in the game like a MJ fadeaway.
They gon' know my name, it ain't never gon' fade away.
One bullet plus your face, nigga, that equals a takeaway.
Bust through like a fullback, nigga, I'ma make a way.
Taking shots, young nigga, like a Steve Nash
Me
breakaway.
and Flame holding shit down like a fucking paperweight.
Working hard to kill a nigga, homie, you could call it Labor Day.
Use a bitch, homie, gon' drink on your haterade.
Rapping about where them quarters that we blitz you like a quarterback.
Where your daughter at? She into sex like Warren Sapp.
Make you fumble your nuts like you was hit by a cornerback.
You wanna battle rap, so act like you want it, black.
Separate your nuts and put your brains where the cattle's at.
Time to go, nigga, get your ass in the Cadillac.
Lollygagging and shit talking, nigga, we ain't having that.
Hip hop is coming back. Imagine
It's
that.
that real hip hop.
Flaming shot,
So you lames can stop.
cause we flaming hot.
This that real hip hop.
Hey, flaming shot,
So you lames can stop.
cause we flaming hot.
This that real hip hop. We won't flip flop. Watch when the album drop. That'll be something you cop. It's flaming chalk. Man, nigga know that we hot.
We on the spot, nigga, and we not young jock. We got them Glocks pop.
Aim and pop. Give me 3 seconds. Let me reload the clock.
Tick, 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 goes the clock on the wall. Give a motherfuck that you all gon' fall. We all gon' ball. We up in the mall, buying anything we see.
We your enemy with the beef ready to creep. Chock, chock, and flame, flame, we on your street. Real hip hop shit. This really is classic when I'm spitting off my tongue. It could get drastic, it could get nasty. Wrap you in plastic, show your boy that you ain't nothing but a bastard. Slash the actress
Flame, don't do them like that. They know that shit whack with them elementary raps. Why you even think about putting that on wax? Nigga, I'm spitting facts, the truth. When I strap up my black boots, my troops coming through.
I pop shots where your kids at. Put the Glock to your nuts and push your kids back like where your sperm like burn you like perm and I bet you learn you ain't fucking with a flaming jock, you're getting burnt.
Hey, hey, hey. And we ain't never heard nothing like this
We
before.
did that shit that y'all think that the flamers do and we did that shit.
You know what I'm saying?
We think we the shit, nigga.
Hey, we ain't never heard nothing like this. We hot, and we not gonna stop. We not gonna stop.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take my word for it. Look that shit up. That's the whole point of this. What's up,
Yes,
Pat?
sir.
You there?
I'm in the building.
Yeah, man. How you feel, bro?
I'm feeling great, man. How about yourself?
Yeah, I feel good, man. I ain't got no complaints over here. No complaints. I wish I had a tutor for Spanish, though. I swear.
You definitely don't want to look my way.
I need a Spanish tutor. Damn. Anyways,
You need a Spanish girlfriend. That's what you need.
I don't know, bro. That's the same thing I was thinking. I had one too, not that long ago. Too bad her Spanish wasn't that good. Like we was about the same level in Spanish.
Oh, damn. She
Just
was
because they're
Spanish then.
Hispanic. Yeah, well, you know, it's this is complicated. This is a real issue too. We could talk about this right quick. You know, there's a lot to that because you got all right.
It's
you
a
have
language.
Well, it's about the parents because see, the parents decide. Some parents feel like it sets their kid back to know Spanish, especially if they're from somewhere like Mexico. They try to detach themselves away from that so that they can be more accepted over here in the States. If that makes any sense. Because like they
Okay.
don't even want the kid to have an accent because that can get them discriminated against. You can speak perfectly good English, but if you have an accent on it, then people will possibly treat you different. And then you got the parents.
Yeah,
Well, there's a lot of sides to this. Let me just talk about it for a second. You got the parents who feel like you know, you got the Hispanic people who feel like you're disrespecting the heritage by not knowing the language. You know, they're like, "Oh, you're Mexican, or you from Spain or something, Paraguay, and you can't speak Spanish." They're like, "You're disrespecting the culture." Like it makes them angry. Like they literally get really upset about it. So it's really serious to some parents to make sure that their kids learn the language. But then another flip side on that is that a lot of those people were colonized. If they weren't from Spain, then even Spain was colonized. But what I mean is, it's a colonized language. All those people, like in Mexico, if you're from Mexico and you speak Spanish, it's because the people came over here and forced you to. You understand what I'm saying? So then that's another flip side of that culture. But like, okay, so you got the parents who also use their kids because they don't speak English very well. So they use their kids as translators all the time. So then they don't want they want the kid to know English right away because they use them to fill out all their forms and everything.
My turn.
Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
Well, I see it differently because now for I guess it's somewhat true what you're saying as far as it becoming a colonized language for a bunch of people. But then again, I don't necessarily see it that way because I mean the language was not created by the colonizers. They learned it from someone too. And maybe that was the language they spoke during the time when they had their invasions. But on a different outlook of it, I still see it as it's a language. It's not. I mean, of course, the language has a lot to do with the culture, but a Mexican that doesn't know how to speak Spanish, because I think we've tagged people of who they are based on the language they speak, where it's more of a we should look at it, I guess, more geographically. At least that's how I do, because I mean a Mexican that speaks English or that doesn't speak Spanish is still Mexican.
Yeah,
They,
I completely agree with you.
So these are Latin languages, which honestly I guess you would say maybe even English is a Latin language to an extent based on the origin.
Definitely.
So you got to kind of I guess depending on from what perspective you're looking at it from, I know all throughout time we kind of given a connotative
Yeah. And that's what I was going to say. Like, I could be wrong, but in my view, I feel like all of the Latin languages are European. That's just how I've felt.
Yeah, but at the same time, the Europeans that we know of today are not the same Europeans of yesteryear or yester century that created these languages.
Yeah.
I
Never
mean,
thought of it like that.
it was melanated people who created them all. So I mean, yeah, I mean you can look at it European, but I mean you still have to put context there so that you still realize, yeah, the Russian language. I mean, it's Russian, is majority white people there, but I mean we still have to look back at the Moors that was in Russia that actually created the language. The same with French. It was the same with Spanish and all of the languages that we know today, where it's got its origin. That I mean, if you really you really are historic, looking at it from a historical point of view. I know, like I said, for the average person, I mean, they're looking at what they know of within their lifetime or recent history. So yeah, that could be true as well. So I mean, it's perspective.
And it really trips me out how many words when you start learning languages, you start to notice that it's a lot of the same words in different languages. But
Yeah,
these words, they may mean something similar or they may mean something totally different. But either way, that though, because it's the same word, they all came from like the same place. And then so it's like a totally different language, like Russian and English, Spanish and in French or whatever. And it's the
yeah,
exact same word. Yeah. That's where you
yeah,
can see the connections between the languages.
yeah. I mean, there's a lot of similes, the similarities in the languages, mainly because they changed because of dialect. So, because somebody spoke with rolled their R's more, or, put more emphasis in different parts of the word, is, the different inflections or the things that made those words um, sound a little different, but still have the same meaning. So, I mean, that's really, that's a lot had to do with culture. So, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of one of those balancing act tricks that
Yeah.
you know.
It's super complicated. This is related to my area of study with anthropology, with specializing on culture. And it's like you can't separate culture from language a lot of times, because the language kind of dictates the culture in a lot of ways, because the way you think is, the way you live, right? So, and then the way you
Yeah,
think is in the language that you've learned.
yeah. I mean,
That's interesting.
that's how you develop your perception of things, is based on the way you're taught. So, that it definitely lives in the heart of that. But you know, like I said, I mean, that's why I think identifying people by the language they speak, because I mean, there's people who speaks multiple languages.
Right. So you're gonna get
Are they
lost.
are they
It
everything? Are they,
I
you know
get
what
what
I'm saying?
I get where you're going. It's more complicated than that. So like you can't. I mean, culture and language are not the same thing. That's why it's two different words. But like you said, a person that their culture, their language, that the whatever language you hear them speaking doesn't necessarily designate their culture.
Yeah. I
You
mean,
know.
there's Africans that speak fluent Chinese. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
sure at some point in the history you could probably find out there were Africans in China and maybe created that language some long time ago. I don't know
And we
that
have to mention
necessarily be the
this
case.
every time, because I have to mention this every time, but every African I know or have ever met in my life has speaking more than like two languages, at least two languages.
Yeah, and it may not be fluent, but they have at least studied other languages and know and can at least have a basic conversation in those languages.
And I think that's one of the things that we're missing over here in the States, because that's why we don't understand, and that's why we're so racist. Let me look at this right here. I saw this earlier and it was really interesting. I'm glad it popped back up on my timeline. I have no idea why it did. But anyways, this is a chick that's in New York, and she found this little thing in the park. It says Shango, also called Chango, major deity of the religion of the Yoruba, southwestern Nigeria. Like
Uh-huh.
all of the Yoruba gods, Orishas, Shango is both a deified ancestor and a natural force, both aspects being associated with a cult and a priesthood.
Okay. Is there a question you have with that?
I don't. I had heard this before. I just think it's really interesting that this is right in the middle of New York. It's in the park. And let me read the comments, because so it says someone practicing their brujeria. I could be saying that wrong because I'm fucking learning
Uh,
Spanish right now.
Well,
So,
well, this, well, I don't know. There's a few trigger words that that the average person usually gets triggered by. That's in that explanation that they gave, or the
especially at
how
the
they
end.
describe. Yeah,
Yeah.
because when you really get into it, like a lot of people get when they hear occult, they get weird.
Yeah.
They don't really, and most of us don't really check these words to really get a correct understanding of it. And just for the listeners, a cult just means something that's not readily understood, like it's not widely spoken of. It's not like a part of the you know the mainstream. This is
And
something that is practiced in private.
and this is a perfect segue to what we were saying about people not understanding each other's languages and so forth. and that's the reason why they be missing the cultures and be missing like a word like cult, and also trying to look at everything from like a Christian point of view, and everything that's not Christian is like evil somehow. So another person
Yes.
says, so it was there, so it was in the park like that. And she commented back, yep, last summer there was a whole ass slaughtered chicken and some candles by the next tree. So, but I like this post a lot because it's educational for people. And at the beginning, like her comment at the top is pretty accurate. And I like how, except for at the end, but I like how like the thing we was talking about before about it says Shango is both a defied ancestor and a natural force. So it's like that's what people
Yes.
didn't understand about the whole thing. They thought that they were worshiping idols, but it's not. It's because it's really worshiping God, nature. It's really worshiping nature, but a specific aspect of it, and then they
Yes.
relate that
And
aspect of nature to this deity or whatever.
well, I mean, you would have to somewhat understand, the mindset of these people within this culture, because a lot of them depend on their ancestors and the energy that they've received hand down, that they can use that energy within their lifetime based on how certain rituals that they may take, because you know um I mean, for me, it's not for me to judge, but at the same time, like they're Shango, like it was a deity, somewhat of a deity, or someone that these people have lifted up to become a deity, kind of like what they've done with Jesus. And you calling on you know Jesus, or Muhammad, or whoever that you feel you can collect that energy from, or use it even just as protection, because a lot of times that's what they've done. And they put this energy balled up into this, at least the idea of this figurine, and this figurine is holding this energy to give protection to them that's in this area. Because I mean, if this is in New York, the Orishas, they're from Africa, so they probably have done some ceremony to be able to give them some protection here in America, in the New York where they live at. Which we've done some different. I don't want to say weird, but we've done different things where we provide ourselves with luck or protection, or rabbit's foot, or
Yeah,
uh,
yeah,
the different little things that we have done where we've done very similar things.
very similar. And it's and I always thought it was kind of weird. And just like the blood of Jesus, the body of Christ, and all of that, I always thought that was kind of weird, man. It's a lot of traditions. One of the things that bothers me the most is how people blindly just follow traditions just because their parents or their grandparents or whoever did it. You know, never really given a thought to whether they really agree with this practice or not.
Well, and two, like I don't. I think as we've gotten more into our modern world, the the word of mouth, or the exchange from generation to generation doesn't happen as much. So to some people, this is like scary.
Yeah,
Whereas if our like a lot of the fears that we've obtained with even holding on to the things that we felt, where we could gain or hold energy, because I mean a lot of it was beaten out of us, or you know like I said, yeah, beaten out of us, or killed out of, because they will kill somebody in the name of this was wrong. And then whether they try to practice it in secret, or they just don't practice it at all, was based on, you know, somebody else knowing that you could use that as power against them. You know what I'm saying? Or against anything.
Yeah.
So
So, and the thing is, the disconnection from the ancestors is another part that I really want to focus on with this, because that's what I immediately thought about when I saw the post, was our conversation we had the other day about how, giving reverence to the ancestors, the real ancestors, the ones that were really alive, the ones that really did something for you or the people in their life, and somebody that you have a real connection to.
yeah,
And that's what this is about here too, is
yes,
about having a connection with your ancestors, the ones that really lived.
yeah, and I can definitely at least relate with that mindset because your DNA is the exact same thing. When this is a family member, this is an ancestor, you share the same blood. They've actually handed down some of the very same things that like the powers that they have, they've already handed it down to you. Now, as far as how they may, obtain or, utilize that power may have been different than in the past, but, you know, if that's how they are able to feel it and, feel like they've, actually holding that power, being able to use that power, then, so be it.
And it's really simple. I think a lot of people just don't want to see it, but let's just look at it from a genetic scientific point of view. Because I was reading something one day, and this was like in my class or something, and they were talking about how the nutrition that your parents did have an
Had, yeah,
effect on your health, and
yes,
and even your grandparents. So that's
yeah,
crazy. The food that that's how intimate the connection is with your ancestor, because even the food that they ate affects you today.
yes, yes. Because I mean, honestly, the health that they had then. I mean, look at this figurine. Look at this dude's body,
Yeah, and the
bro.
position of his hands are important too. Go ahead.
Yes, yeah, I think yeah, but I mean, you can tell that this person is in tip-top condition. What he ate, I don't know, but like his conditioning is, it's not subpar at all. This is like superior being.
So we
A
have
lot of
to we
these
have to.
a lot of these sicknesses that we get, they never got
Mm-hmm.
them.
Right.
Like, and that's directly dealing with the foods that we eat because you know what we like they didn't have fast food. They didn't have all of the BS stuff that they
And they
offer
had
us
to.
in cans.
And they had
And
to move around and get stuff. See, the thing is about being lazy, and I've been trying to get my daughter to understand this, is that people be thinking they're winning, right? That's the way they look at it. I'm winning. You know what I mean? I'm winning because I didn't have to do as much work as you. But what people don't understand, and I'm trying to be really clear with this, but the value in it comes from you doing it. So like I be saying about like somebody wash the dishes, clean out the refrigerator or whatever, and it's like someone else made the mess or whatever, but you go ahead and clean it. And then they look at you like, you're stupid. I wouldn't do that. I'm not going to clean up after other people. I'm only going to clean up after myself or whatever. But you get a double advantage for cleaning it, because now it's clean. You get the advantage of it being clean, but you also got the advantage of the experience of doing the cleaning. What I'm trying to get people to understand is like it took mental work, it took physical work. Like I be talking about old people, they die when they stop doing whatever it was they were doing. Like if they dig in the garden every day or they work all the time, that's what keeps them alive. And that's
yeah,
what people don't understand. It's life is doing. So you are gaining an experience. It makes you healthier physically. Even standing there washing the dishes, that's like a little light workout.
yeah.
Anyways,
I
let me
mean,
read. Let me read the.
psychologically, I think when you stop doing those things, your body feels like you're giving up. and not on just that one action. That's like in life, period. So
In
I just
life,
want to add
period.
that. Yeah,
Because when you have that philosophy, it's going to help you in all areas of life. Let me read the comments. I could scream this from the top of my lungs too, but because nobody hears me when I say that. Because everybody feels like it's a true advantage to being lazy, but it's not. You're losing twice, actually. Dot
bro.
says
Go
there are
ahead.
three there are three main languages. Indo-European includes English, Sino-Tibetan includes Chinese, Afro-Asiatic including Arabic. Okay.
And that
I
I can agree with that as far as the top main ones, and they all kind of spiral out of
Yeah,
a
all the
little
rest
piece.
of them pretty
Yeah,
much. But I would the only thing I would say is that you're kind of missing the indigenous languages, and they
indigenous. Well,
and
one
indigenous languages, which tend to always be forgot, left out of the conversation,
true, very
because there's
true.
so many of them because they're small. But anyways, let me read the rest of the comments. I use this site a lot when I'm doing etymology research and when developing languages for fantasy and sci-fi writing. So he's got like a link for a site, and I never quite understood a lucky rabbit's foot. It wasn't so lucky for the rabbit. I know, for real. That nigga, what happened to him?
Well, well, but we have to look at it too because, like nowadays, if we're looking at a rabbit and it getting eaten up, it doesn't have all of the spiritual um, practices that went along with, in the past, where, if they when somebody killed an animal for eating, you know, it was a blessing even to the rabbit.
Yeah,
Like it was and then these
it's
parts or
halal.
pieces. Uh-huh.
That's what halal is,
Yeah.
and a lot of people don't understand it. It's important the way the animal was slaughtered, like what process they went through to do that,
And they're serving
and
a purpose. They're serving a purpose for nature and within nature, for nature.
and were they distressed, at the moment of death? You know what I'm saying? Because that's
Yes.
gonna be in the meat. It's people can't deny the spiritual side of this stuff because you're consuming this shit. Anyways, Elliot says a lot of foods and ingredients are banned in some countries.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So this was from a little bit ago, I'm assuming, because
Yeah, these are all
yeah,
late. I'm late on the comments. I'm sorry, y'all. I
yeah,
apologize.
yeah, yeah. But and that is totally true. Like that's one of the things that really bothers me. That as a whole, us as a people, because those are things that we should be able to fight more against, but we still allow people who, in a lot of cases, we consider oppressors, and this is not based on any kind of racial identities. This is based on us as human beings. That somebody, you know, financially or in whatever position that they can choose for us to have good or bad foods to ingest is a form of oppression to me. So
And I got a
you
video
know
because what we're gonna talk about today is them making you afraid to live, because that's the theme I want to kind of focus on today. Like,
yeah,
because just to be alive doesn't mean that you're living. And then
yeah, because you
the
have a
fear of
heartbeat.
death. Yeah, just because you have a heartbeat doesn't mean you're alive. And the fear of death, because like the ancients didn't have this really great fear of death that we have, like, and it goes with the neoliberalism and the individuality and all of that shit. I'm just looking out for myself. I want to stay alive and live as long as I can, type shit, which is cool. But you have to find a balance in life, right? Because if you're too conservative, then you don't never go out of your house. You have
Yeah,
agoraphobia or whatever, and you don't even interact with people. I mean, like, everything you do is danger. Just going to work is dangerous. Every time you get in your car, the most way people die is by car accidents, y'all. Every time you get in your car, you're risking your life. You think you have control over everything. Cool, you got control over your car, but you don't have control over all these other cars, bruh. And they can hit you. So I mean, not to scare anyone. I'm just saying that
Well, I'm gonna tell you. I mean, with using that example, I mean, just like 2 weeks ago, I lost a family member, my actual, one of my first cousins, to a car accident where he was leaving from work. He was maybe 2 miles from home, 2 to 3 miles from home, somewhere in that range, and two cars ended up hitting him, one in the front and one in the back. So, you know, you just never know. I mean, we get so relaxed and comfortable with certain situations, but then we allow ourselves to have a heightened sense of fear or um, in whether it's our activity or inactivity of other
and
other aspects of our lives, like things that we put like we put one thing above the other as far as what you could take a chance with without as much thought as others, which maybe we should give this the same level of thought for everything.
and I think it's a matter of sanity, or maybe it's a measure of sanity, but it's definitely related to sanity, because when you have the idea of like fears that are they're not. I lost the word. I had it a minute ago, but my mind is going crazy. But like you going over a bridge on a freeway, and the bridge goes up high, and you have irrational fear. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. But
you're
but
right.
but but
Yes.
irrational fears, and that shows that's a problem with your sanity. And then on the other side of like a person who's parkouring or skateboarding or the motorcycle, you know, person who's doing tricks on motorcycles and stuff like that, like that's the other side of it. And also it's again, you can look at sanity on that, as far as like what I'm saying is they're doing something that they literally are risking their life doing just for like a little thrill or whatever.
Mhm.
And I'm not saying these are wrong. You guys listen to me. We're not talking about right and wrong. I'm talking about polarities and extremities. So on one end, you got the guy drives really fast, 100 miles an hour, 200 miles an hour on the motorcycle and likes to do tricks and shit. And then you got the guy who's got agoraphobia and won't go out of their house, or the
Yeah.
person that's going over the bridge on the freeway and they're just really
Yeah.
scared like something's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, anything in life that's gonna be truly worthwhile has balance. You don't want to live on either one of those extremes. You know, maybe there's some things that you might try that might be somewhat extreme or whatever, but that's not how you're gonna necessarily live your day-to-day life. But
Right.
however, I guess I'm being a little bit judgmental. I'm gonna start by saying, of course, it's not all Christians, because I know some Muslims and maybe potentially some atheists that may live with this same kind of idea, but you know there's but I mostly focus at the 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 Christians, because I guess that's more so what people that I grew up around, and they tend to follow a certain doctrine or word of not being fearful, or trusting uh, you know God, or having their belief so high in God that you know they're already protected. But then it gets to certain things where they kind of that stuff goes out the window, and you know anything something that another human being says has just totally shut them off from the world, or
Yeah, that's just COVID. Let me catch up on the comments. I'm still behind. Elliot said Monsanto Protection Act is dangerous. Kurt say here. What's up, Curtis? Doc, the Navy in the Navi in Avatar would say,
the
"I
movie.
see
Yeah,
you."
he's talking about the movie. Yeah.
Yeah, he says, "I see you, brother, and thank you. Your spirit goes with Awa. Your body stays behind to become a part of the people when they killed an animal when hunting.
Well, I think it
Yeah,
was the
man.
spirit. I think it was the spirit. Or what
Yeah.
was?
He's really
Yeah,
close to right. He's really close to right.
yeah,
Human
yeah.
slavery won't begin to end until we stop killing animals. They have the right to live like any other. Well,
Wait a minute. Is that
okay.
Jay Lethal? Is that Jay Lethal
That's
and Elliot's working together somehow? No, no, not Jay Lethal. Brandon. What? I forget his.
Oh yeah,
His.
Brendan. That's what you're talking about, Brendan.
Yeah.
Christopher. I mean, Doc says, "Hold my beer and Jesus take the wheel." So look, this is interesting though, because these two comments between Doc and Elliot are kind of the opposite of each other in a way. But
Yeah.
you guys are talking about the same thing though, because the respect of the animal spirit is what it's about.
That's yes.
Having the reverence for him, because if you respected his life, then you, like the natives, the aboriginals, they used every single part of the animal that they slaughtered. You know what I'm saying? From the skin to the entrails, to they ate the meat. They used the teeth. They used
Yeah. They
every
might.
part
They
of it.
might. They might make. Yeah. They might make some kind of tool with the bones or the teeth or whatever. So I mean, the fur they would. They might make a head wrap or a hat. Like I mean, have not allowing any of this thing to go to waste was like
That's
giving.
respecting the animal, yes. Respecting
Yes.
his spirit, yes. Because
Yeah,
when
and
we
putting it
waste,
putting it to good use. Yeah.
because it's the circle of life, they gave their life so that you can continue life. And then you have to respect that and reverence that. You know
Yes.
what I'm saying? And I'm not saying it's everybody has to eat meat. But this is something I really believe in since I was a kid, because I was ultra Christian. I was ultra Muslim too. And it was like, if somewhere I read or got the idea in my head that if you killed something, you have to eat it. And I really believe that. So that would keep you from killing humans too.
Well, yeah, and well, I had a direction I was gonna go in earlier, but I don't know how beneficial that would be at this point. But I mean, it. I think us killing other people proves how much we have this respect for life, even if it came down to an animal. Like just the idea that like it's become such a free thought. Like it's like, shoot, if such do this, that, whatever, blah blah blah. Sure, I'll take. Look, I put them on the table. You know what I'm saying? That's too widely used, or too
And
easy
they're
for
too
people to
comfortable. They're way
with
too
you.
comfortable with it. Because think about the idea of a deer, right? We've all been, a lot of us know about it, right? But somebody kills a deer, and that's a lot of meat. So, but if they end up wasting that meat some kind of way, you know what I mean? Whatever
Yeah,
happens, lots of things happen sometimes, maybe it was the way they got shot and it spoiled the meat, or whatever happened. Well, for whatever reason, it ends up being a waste. And it hurts anybody who's been around, like stuff, no, you respect the animal at least a little bit. And when a deer gets wasted, like a whole deer, and
yeah,
it doesn't even get to get ate, like that's a waste. Everyone's like, oh, that's so fucking terrible, that's fucking horrible,
bro.
you fucking up. But look, what about the waste of a human life?
Yeah,
That's another level. But we have more reverence for the waste of a deer, because people, like I say, if you waste a deer, 85% of people are gonna be like, that's fucking horrible. That's atrocious. What the fuck was you doing? Do better
yeah.
next time. They're gonna be angry about it. Yeah.
Well, and I may not get to the because I did want to say like because it may not be a anger, but I'm a truck driver. I roll up and down these highways all day, and I see where you know deer get their heads knocked off by being in the highway in the road, getting hit by a car, truck, or whatever, and for whatever reason within my spirit, I'm automatically like saying a prayer and just or like a you know like I have a sentiment for it as I see it laying there on the ground. You know what I'm saying? But you know, when we get back to the conversation of, the waste of life of humans, there's what what does he say? Humans are fair game for consumption in the same right.
And,
Spilling
and,
blood is wrong.
I agree. I agree with you, Elliot. As far as humans are fair game for consumption, because like I said, if you kill something, you have to eat it. I think that would be a fucked up ass way of living, but it would still be fair in the world of nature. So as far as spilling blood being wrong, that's looking at the world in this bad and wrong dynamic and missing the yin and the yang. Because
Hmm.
sometimes, if the the gazelle and the lion and the tiger, like I always give the example of that, who is right, who is wrong in that situation? Blood gets spilled.
Yeah. Well, and I think like in the day and age that we're in, we have become more judgmental instead of really looking at, how a lot of these things began. Because I mean, our ancestors from thousands of years ago were mostly herbivores, and but there will be times where, I mean, you got to think like wintertime that you don't really have as much, uh, you're not producing as much herbs and vegetables and things like that. So that's the time periods in which hunting would get be more useful or come to a head. So people can continue to eat and survive, make it through a winter. You know, so I mean, for us,
And
it's become a everyday kind of thing. You pulling up at
we're
the
we're de-
supermarket,
we're
and
detached. We're
yeah, we call it
detached. It.
from
We're
nature.
det-
Yeah,
we're detached from it. Blood was getting spilled for all that stuff, bro. And even if you don't eat animals, even if you're a vegetarian, animal products was used in a lot of the other stuff that you maybe not consume, but you use, like products like makeup or your shampoo or the jello. If you eat desserts or any kind of candy, you know what I'm saying, they use
that's
animal
pork.
products in a lot of stuff. Some plastics have animal products in it. But we're detached from it. We didn't see that animal get slaughtered. You know what I'm
If
saying? We
you
don't
if
see
you
the
use
blood.
like if you use like Jiffy or those book those ready made mixtures for cornbread mix or whatever, there's pork in that. But a lot of people don't recognize that or see it, that as, some people wouldn't give, because I mean, I make cornbread from scratch. You know what I'm saying? I've had it before in my time, but like once I really realized certain things, I was like, okay, no, I just gotta do it this way. But
And
you
I
know,
grew up. That's why I know all this, because I grew up Muslim, and I avoided pork religiously. So I was one of those kids who read the shit out of labels. I read the shit out of labels, and I
mhm,
also had to learn what those damn words meant. Those damn words that they used to try to confuse the shit out of you.
yeah, they make up new words just so that you'll be like, all right, well, I guess that'll be okay. Well, shoot,
if you
I
if
don't.
if you can't pronounce it, you probably shouldn't fucking eat it.
True, that's very true statement. But we've done it. I mean, we can't just point the finger at anybody, especially this day and age, because I think we've all played a part in allowing these things to get to the point that they are now. You know, of course, I'm such a conspiracy theorist. I feel like even if we try to back down from some of these products, they'll find another way to sneak things into even other things. If we bought flour and what we did in the past, buying flour and cornmeal and all that stuff in bulk, I think our government or our these entities that make the decisions on you know what's going into our bodies will still find a way to try to get it to us.
Let me read this right here because it's interesting to me. It says Kyle Rittenhouse should sign up for the army and go to Ukraine to protect their private property. Changed my mind.
Boy, some people are so messy, but I love it. Um,
Yeah.
you know, yeah. I mean, you know, you know, well, you know what? I'm gonna say this because there's different perspectives that I guess I've seen, and I guess I may understand. You know, I don't know if I'm a sellout because I have this thought, but you know, his dad lived in Kenosha, so that was technically his home too. He came from another town, but his dad lived in Kenosha, where
And
the
people were
that
talking
incident
about
happened.
that. That may have been why he was able to beat that weapons charge, because that's the charge that really should have got him
True, but
crossing the
yeah,
state
I mean,
line.
and that I mean, we
Legal
have
weapon.
we have extensions of our home in many places. Our car, our you know, so he may have been able to transport with him leaving from one home going to another. I don't know,
So
but
that was the argument. That's how he beat that case, really. That's how he beat that case, is because they said that his and the state laws with the weapons laws for that state was it was okay for him to do, like it was all legal what he did.
but you know, my thing too is like okay, I'm a truck driver, and you know, I carry mine everywhere I go. And you know, just based on the structure of our government, you know, like some people might be able to, you know, and they use laws based on, you know, how, you know, what, what'll benefit them at the time. So
Yep.
I mean, because we have a union, you know, we have, this entire, the 50 states are united in some forms. You know, they've come together in certain things, but then on others, because and that's one of the things about, I guess, us as humans is, you know, it's we try, like, we will use things for or against whatever we needed to at the time, you know. So
Let me read the comments. I want to get behind again. Doc says, truck drivers, what's the deal with companies not taking deliveries to Oregon in the last couple of weeks? Let me read the rest, and you can answer them. Then Asians should stop using MSG, monosodium glutamate. Not one of them can actually pronounce it. Monosodium glutamate.
yeah, they
That's
will
pretty
quickly
funny.
say no, no MSG, no MSG, no, we don't have no MSG.
Elliot says the huge issue with food is nutrition is being depleted and taken out. That's what we were talking about. And he says, especially the soil. We talked about for like an hour
Oh my
yesterday.
God, yes. That and that's what is so really important to me, is because yeah, I mean, a lot of the foods that we're getting is not supplying us with the nutrients. And because, and I agree with you with that whole Monsanto thing, like that, we are getting more GMOs than we are actual natural food. So, and that, like for me, like that's like, if I win the Powerball, or the, something where I can remove myself from this truck today, like my biggest focus will be in farming and getting back,
I would love
natural.
to. I've been saying it for the longest, and I would love to farm. I'm telling y'all, if one of y'all buy a farm, and I'm not even joking, I will work it. I sent some nigga emails on Instagram, and
Well,
I never
you're gonna
DM
have
people.
you're gonna have your chance, because I mean, I can't see how big it'll be, within the next year or two, but I will be buying some land, cash money,
I will
hopefully
work it.
also to
I
live
love
on.
to be out there in the sun and in the dirt. I love
Yeah,
that
I
shit.
mean, and I'll be out there with you, because I mean, I was a kid when we did a lot of the growing. So I mean, I was there, when they was tilling the land. I helped drop seeds and this, that, and the other. But as
I
far
love it.
as
I
all of the
love it. I
technical
love it.
stuff that they do, what to grow here, what, what this
Those
time, all,
when you
like,
get a fresh sprouts, when you get them fresh baby sprouts, bruh, the feeling you get, man, that's something else, man. That's
the oh
something else.
the sprouts.
Yeah, when you get your
Oh,
sprouts of
oh yeah, when
whatever,
oh yeah, when they start coming out the
of
ground.
whatever you planted. Yeah,
Okay.
because you don't know if they're ever gonna grow. You don't know if the seeds were good. You don't know. You know, it's a lot of stuff you don't know. Maybe you planted it wrong, or you made a mistake. You fucked up, or whatever. So, but
Yeah.
when you see them hoes come out, that's a good feeling. You like, okay, yeah, I got
Yeah.
something now.
No, I mean I've grown some things in my house that I was very proud of. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
I
I
remember coming to your house and y'all had, what did y'all have? Y'all had like some cucumber and watermelon or something right on that little patio.
yeah, well we tried the watermelon. I don't think it was at the right condition for it. Like I think watermelon is best just straight out of the ground, but we had those containers that
The
we were going
pots.
in. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the cucumbers did grow. Like man, I had a cucumber that grew damn near to the size of a watermelon because it had grown behind the bucket and it was growing underneath. It's ended up not getting the proper sunlight, but still, like it still grew pretty big. But yeah, say bro, but
Cause
I like
I think I
even more
remember.
recently when I was living in College Station, me and the young lady that I was with at the time was growing stuff. We had the kids growing stuff. They were responsible for their plants and doing little stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Growing peppers and like getting things started on the on a paper towel, like the germinating. Like so, it's different things that I've been trying to do over time, but like I really want to do like this like seriously.
Yeah. Well, I'm serious too because, like I say, I never DM people. I do not DM people. I DM this dude on Instagram, but this was some time ago, maybe more than a year ago, and because I've been following this guy and he has a farm, and I sent him a DM. I was like, man, I would work on your farm, bro. Like, I mean, like, I don't even care about the pay. Like, if it's enough for me to live, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? Elliot says. Oh, we already said that, especially this soil. Doc says, I got to make the joke, can't hold it. 200 years getting out of the fields and you want to go back. Yeah,
Well,
man.
the conditions would be different, Like I mean,
You know, and after
before,
slavery, it was a lot of farmers and
but
black farmers all the way up into this day. And they've been taking the land away from black farmers ever since slavery. But yes,
listen,
black people
we,
love to farm.
we were doing it before slavery.
Yeah.
That's a part of the thing. Like this is not something that they just like. Ooh, we're gonna start. Like the colonials or whatever. The
Yeah.
people that end up being slave masters. It was not. They didn't have some grand idea. No, they
And why do you
came and
think they? Why do you think they all see the thing that Europeans do well is they pick out the people who are really good at doing whatever the hell they're really good at, and then they make them do that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what
Really,
they
I mean,
did.
well, you have to look at because I mean, the term slavery is really wrong because these are people who became prisoners of war. These are people who end up getting overtaken because okay, there was war. They killed off the top people, the warriors or whatever, and then the
Yeah,
people that was left behind that was doing the work. Because I mean, for the most part, a lot of the men, I mean, a lot of the women and children did a lot of the farming, and the men did the protecting to keep people out. And when the war came, then that's how they were able to overtake a lot of these plantations that belonged to these black people that were already here on this land. Like you know,
there was.
listening to American history, you are blinded. You
Yeah, you'll
don't
get
really.
twisted because they already had trade. You had organized tribes, and you had worldwide trade too. You had people that shipped that came here to get certain goods, and some of those goods were grown stuff. I can't remember the specific stuff because I don't want to say the wrong thing. Because something like onions or potatoes or corn that they were already growing that was a commodity that they came and got because they didn't have that over there.
Yeah.
They can't.
I mean, well, and sugarcane, we did a lot in the South, and South America was like probably one of the biggest producers. Uh, was Haiti, and that was one of the biggest things I know down in Haiti. So, But
I think it's
however,
when I say
we
potatoes, I think it's sweet potatoes,
the,
like the
the
yams or some shit,
well
not
that
the
yeah
regular.
we had a lot of that here too. But that's one of those things that is misconceived about history, is that like it's not like these Europeans is like, all right, look, you know what, y'all gonna grow. No, they when they came here, they saw what we were doing, and it's like, oh, well, we can utilize this and that, blah blah blah. We can start making the money from this instead of
Yeah,
them.
just force
And
them, just force them to do that shit for
yeah, they just killed
Let's
off
let,
who was running things, and then they took over those positions.
and we're gonna ramp up operations, and them niggas can't do nothing about it. Doc says it was really just a joke. The idea of doing it for yourself with a small community by
No,
choice on your
no,
own
I
in the
get it.
world is different. Actually, quite an admirable goal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
yeah. We
I
didn't take.
get it.
I didn't take offense.
Yeah, no. We kind of know your sense of humor and your stance in a lot of ways. So, we didn't. I didn't, and I'm sure Chocolate didn't take it out of context.
He said
But
maize, potatoes, tomatoes, tobacco,
we had
cassava, sweet
well,
potatoes, chili
yeah,
peppers were all New
Doc.
World trade goods.
Yeah,
He
Doc
knows
was
his shit
there
too.
last night. Yeah, Doc was here last night. So I'm sure because when I was telling Deuce, it's like, what we consider corn today was a total. Well, I ain't gonna say totally different, but like I said, I mean, maize is where corn derived from, and maize actually had different colors. Like you find some that was red. I mean, like purple, blue. Like they had all of these different colors, so there was a lot of nutrients that was in those vegetables at the time. But because the people in power now really don't know what they're doing, and the people who did and know, like they've pushed them out of farming one way or another politically. um Whether they're stealing the land or killing people off, like whatever it was, like the people who really knew what they were doing, they got rid of. So that's a part of why we're not getting the nutrients that we really should be getting, and there's such bad health going on in our world today. I mean, not to say the medicines that could have been made from some of these things
Ooh,
that
that's the
what
thing I
what
said we've lost that knowledge of these natural plants that grow right out here in Texas, in Louisiana, all over. The Aboriginal people knew which ones of those plants, how to use those plants for medicines and so forth, and
and
uh,
and
herbs and
also
spices.
but also when you look at it from the viewpoint that because of the high nutritional values that these foods had, you didn't obtain the sicknesses that we have today. Cancer is a new thing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know about
what
that. I think
cancer
I
is
think
a new thing. Like, it's like less than like 50 years. Like this is cancer is
I,
less than
I
50
I
years
don't
old.
believe that. I put a lot of thought in cancer, and I think that cancer is natural. Because what's the difference between cancer and dying of natural causes? Because when in the old days, when if somebody just died, they just died. You didn't know what it was. That it
but that's a perspective. Like you think you're trying to say for certain people were dying from something that there was no realization of.
That's what I mean. They didn't know it was cancer. I mean, I'm not saying cancer
You
is
don't
not
know that it
real.
was. You don't know that it was. So that, like, you can't say, like, there's things that people have been dying from for a long time that, okay, it would have been at least relative or a family of something. Like, the idea that things just get in your body and just fester and cause this thing that allows you to die
I
over.
would say that we probably had less because we were healthier. We moved around more, and we didn't eat all these synthetic ass things. But I think cancer is a natural thing that happens
No,
within our
no,
bodies
it's nothing
as
natural about
we
it.
age.
That's
That's
one
what I
thing
think.
we can fight. We can fight tooth and nail about that one. There's nothing natural about cancer.
Uh, And that's just my radical view on it. Doc says, and the Africans brought sorghum to the New World. Elliot says, when they freed the slaves, they enslaved the free. That's a heavy, heavy, heavy. That's heavy, right? That's why they killed John
Yeah.
F. Kennedy. Doc says, cancer has been around for a long time. However, after the bombs dropped, the rate of cancer has increased exponentially. See, he
I,
says it's been around a long time. I think it's been around as long as we've been around. Elliot says,
oh,
cancer is always.
so wait a minute. You mean to tell me that some of the like because if we're gonna include Africa in this, like where some of the first realized surgeons that can do like that knew all the different things about the human body was just negligent, and now we have people that came in within the American Medical Association has only
They
been around for 100 years.
But
So
they
now,
discovered it. They've
no,
discovered cancer. They did. It was already
they
there. It's like I
create,
say. It's
but
like
that's the thing.
mathematics.
What
Mathematics is not created. It's discovered.
I understand
Science
that
is not created. It's discovered.
exactly, and I'm 100% on that. But at the same time, through the discovery of science, they realize, especially when they want to kill off people, like there's a lot of things that has been created by human beings that kill us today that did not kill us before.
Elliot says cancer is always in the body. Like anything, when it gets inflamed, like anything, it's gonna cause issues. Is my thought. That's what I think. I 100% agree with you, Elliot. That's what I think. I think it's
Well,
there. I think you're born with it, and you can agitate it, or you can,
no,
or you can
no,
curb it.
no, 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 no.
Doc says
There,
the
there,
first
there,
documented case of cancer, the world's oldest documented case of cancer, hails from an ancient Egypt in 1500 BC. The details were recorded on papyrus, documenting 8 cases of tumors occurring on the breast. Elliot says acidic versus alkaline. That has to be the balance. Exactly, Elliot. And that's why I focus on that. And I wish people understood acidity versus alkaline better. They teach you it in elementary, like briefly, but they should really like dive deep into that and make sure that the kids really, really, really understand that. Because, like, our pee, right? One of the ways you can
but
determine different animals is by their urine, right? Like our urine is supposed to be alkaline. Okay, our urine is supposed to be alkaline. Like other animals' urine is acidic. So our interior is supposed to be alkaline.
I believe that yeah, maybe the schools should maybe spend a little more time on it. But when the age in which they do, whether it's early in middle school or later, like when they're having that conversation, kids don't realize the importance and a lot of the things that needs, that you're saying that the school should teach them more. No, that's something that we should teach at home
Oh,
more.
I definitely go. I kill my daughter with acidity I don't know if she understands it, but we talk about it all the time.
Yeah.
I know
I
I annoy the
I
shit out of
actually
her.
I actually want to find those pH strips, so that like I can
Yeah.
truly go over that with like my son because
Yep.
like I guess there's so many other things that I've tried to make sure that he understands is that's one that I guess that I've so far overlooked. Now we do have health conversations and how to balance this or that or whatever, and it's still like like kids don't care. You know what I'm saying? To the until they do. You know what I'm saying? But
Elliot says urine therapy is amazing as well.
I ain't drinking no pee. You can do all that you want to.
Cheapest pH, Doc says cheapest pH test strips are in the fish tank section. Okay, that's good to know. So
Yeah, I didn't think
yeah,
about that.
and
Yeah,
that'll be real cheap and easy experiment. You could probably pull out the waters that you drink from the store, maybe buy some different waters and different
yeah,
stuff around the house, the bleach, you know what I'm saying? And try to get the kids to understand the sugar and
yeah.
what the differences
Well,
between it.
and one of the things that I definitely want to focus on, and I think that we all should kind of take a look at, is, they have all of these alkaline waters out here that are chemically induced. They're not naturally alkaline. So, if you got a water that they're putting chemicals in order to make it, like, I don't know, like the carbon, what's the, like, I mean, because, you can naturally, alkaline water, lemon water, lime water, stuff like that. But when you start drinking a lot of, because I mean, even the ones that's with the baking soda, whatever the natural ingredient for baking soda that can make it alkaline, you can do that. But when you have that too much, it can, give you what's it, alkalosis, where
Yeah.
it can over induce, like, because there still has to be a balance no matter what you're doing.
Let's talk about household products a bit on this topic, because I was thinking about this recently and then because I was having a conversation with my daughter about bases and stuff. And so that's when I started talking about bleach. And then I was thinking about how you clean. And I remember growing up, I used to smell pine sol and ammonia a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so now let me get this right. Ammonia is more closer to the base side, right? It's going in that direction, right? And so does and what is bleach? Bleach is on the base side too, right? Because the scale is like the middle, right? Where water, like around where water, like neutral, and then it goes to acidic on one way, and the other direction it goes base. And the further you get away from that neutral point, the more like toxic it is. And if you mix them together, you can make an explosion, or not really make an explosion, but make some shit. That's why a lot of the household product says do not mix with bleach or do not mix with this, because the fumes, the odors that come out can be really harmful to you. But what I'm trying to say is, I was thinking about how I think pine sol is better. I've been moving away from using bleach when I clean, because of the toxicity of the bleach. And I know the reason why we use bleach is because it works like a motherfucker. It's strong as hell. It like cleans everything, but it's really acidic, I think. And I think that, like, me smelling it and touching it and stuff, I don't like to use it. So I've been using pine sol.
Well, the thing about it is the neutrality, because if bleach is more acidic until it's neutralized by or diluted by water, so it can become an an alkaline, but it has to be balanced with something else. So that's or it really any of those chemicals you just mentioned, because ammonia is the same way. Pine sol is an actual product that has some of those products mixed together. Because I don't know where to, like, to getting that pine scent. That's one thing, but the actual, what you're saying, base, the beginning of that, the strength of that product has to be diluted. It's
But I thought it was natural. I always thought pine sol was natural, and that's why my grandma used it. She was like an Indian.
No, it's
Well,
it's a chemical.
let me read these comments. Curtis said,
He laughing at me.
"Yeah, Pat, I ain't drinking no pee."
Yeah,
Doc said, measure spit and pee as well as water and juices, including tap water, before and after boiling. Yeah, that'll be a good experiment.
Yeah.
Doc says you can show difference between the first pee of the day compared to others. Elliot says pH of 7, if incorrect. Elliot says, I use vinegar to clean. We shouldn't consume it. Vinegar is industrially made. Use vinegar with mother for consumption.
With mother?
Yeah, so this is an interesting topic. I think it is very educational for everybody. We all should review, acids and base. Go back and look at that shit, because the importance of it is really important. And then go back and look at the products that you use, all of the products that you use. from the ones from your hair, your soap, literally everything that you use to clean or put on your body. Because if you're cleaning with it, you're touching it and shit and breathing it in and shit. So you
Yeah,
want to
I
think
mean,
about that.
because I know I'm probably like the average person when it comes to cleaning. Like I put the stuff in, let it sit, I come back and I clean it. But like especially with my tub, I use a brush or whatever. But sometimes your hand gets into it, so you're absorbing those chemicals with the touch. You know what I'm saying? Your hands take in a lot of different things. Your feet, so it's
You're breathing it too, because you can't think.
as
It's
that
in
as
the
well,
air. Yeah.
that as well. So we really gotta be careful, especially with those chemicals, how we're interacting with them. I should,
So
I know I should get gloves and stuff when I'm doing my cleaning, but
yeah, I don't do that either. But I like to use really soft products, like the soap that they use.
what
If they use the soap to clean them animals when it's an oil spill and they put it on the ducks and shit, and it's cool for them, I figure it's cool. It's good enough for me. Cause
Well,
them,
I don't know, maybe because I might be a little more extreme, a little more OCD when it comes to that, because like you know, my toilet and things like that. I want to make sure that it's
like
like super clean.
disinfected.
My mop waters, like what I'm saying,
Yeah.
like
I don't even like to use mops no more. I hate mops. There's no clean mop, bruh. There's no such thing. I went through so many different mops, bruh. I used to spend money on mops. I like to use the industrial mops, the ones that they get from the ones they use in like restaurants and shit. Because
well,
those are the best ones.
well,
But
I mean,
even
I think
those,
I think one of the bigger problems, because I mean, a mop is good. I mean, at some point you
you have
do
to
have to
clean
get
it.
rid of, but yeah, rinsing
And
it
you can only
out.
clean it so much. Yeah. But you have to clean it and dry it. It has to be cleaned and dried. You know what
No,
I'm
I mean
saying?
once you rinse it good and you let it hang dry, I mean a lot of times it's clean. It might look crazy and dried and crinkled up, but if
But
you rinse it properly and you let
but
it hang and let it
it's
drip
almost
dry,
impossible to really clean a mop really good. So it's still gonna have all kinds of fucking bacteria. If you didn't leave it out in the sun long enough or something like
you
that, or
you
dry it
you
really
see
good, it's still gonna
you
be.
see
I
you
got an issue
sound
with
like you
mops.
might be a little more OCD than I am, dude.
I got an issue with mops, man. I went through the sponge, like the kind of like mops that they use, the ones with the sponge on the end of the
Yeah.
thing, and that's supposed to be the cleanest way, or the ones
That,
with the even with the little white parts that be on the
see,
end, and you
that's what I
disposable.
have in my
They're
truck.
and they're
That's
disposable. Those are pretty good. I ain't gonna lie, but that's pretty much like a paper towel or wet one. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
no,
saying?
I might only use it twice because of the way it absorbs. But like I said, I mean, I'm just looking for a good way to try to keep my floors clean in here, and like I use other things, but that type of mop, I mean that because I mean I can't use the regular type mop that I use in the house in here because it's not gonna soak up the water. Like I can't put as much stuff on the floor in my truck as I can on the one at home. So that's one of the reasons why and
Well,
then
I pretty much use towels, and I mop the floor like on my hands and knees with like a towel, like big
but then what do you
towels.
do with the towels? You throw them away?
No, I don't. I wash them, but I try to keep them separated and use them for those kinds of jobs.
See,
That's a tough
I
one
don't really get that. I don't really get that part because like I mean I can't see me cleaning the
because I just
floors.
throw it in the washing machine, man, just like anything else.
Yeah, but the wash
Um,
machine ain't doing no, like this ain't beating it up against a rock like you.
I know, but I'm not finna drive with that towel. I'm gonna use that towel for other kind of jobs like that.
Well,
That'll be
okay,
what that
all right,
towel be designated
okay.
for.
Yeah, it's got to be washed separately from all the other
Yeah, it's
tiles.
definitely washed separately. Let me read a couple of comments, and I really this vinegar thing has got my mind working. Elliot said, "I use vinegar to clean. We shouldn't consume it." And you can clean your body out on the inside with vinegar too. Like vinegar can help you
I make
with your
salad dressing
system.
with vinegar.
And a lot of people say vinegar is healthy and good for your system, but cleaning with it is
This
really interesting to me. That's really interesting to me right there. I'd
well,
like to know more
Windows.
about that
I think it's more so like used with for Windows and things like that.
because I think I remember my grandma or somebody doing that. So
Yeah, I don't know if
then
it disinfects the same way, but it like it will clear up like spots. Like it's
I
not
need
like
to
I
know
don't
more
think
about
it's to
that.
the I don't think it's like a disinfectant and killing germs like 99.9% germs or something like that.
Yeah,
But it is good for light surfaces. Um and like all these things really kind of matter about the strength in which you're using it. Like you have to have a certain level of dilution for it not to be harmful.
but we like to use all these chemicals to kind of be lazy. Like, but like I wouldn't go this far, this extreme. But I've been around a lot of OCD, a few OCD women in my life. And my stepmom, she would clean the toilet with like a face towel. Like she literally cleaned the inside and outside of the toilet with like a towel, and she would stick her hand in the toilet. But that's how clean she kept the toilet, though. She felt comfortable enough, to put her hands in the toilet and clean that shit like that.
Well, when you know who's using, because I probably wouldn't do that in a public bathroom, but at home, yeah, that could, like I think especially when I was younger, as I got older and I could get better tools, I have certain brushes, that I use, and because I know it's not like widely used, I'm not so concerned about it, you know, especially with on the, it's like the brush, I'm sure is getting it pretty clean, at least in my mind it is.
And see,
And
that's what I'm
I,
saying.
I and I
Exactly.
use
And
and
so,
I still use like the towel on the surface, like
and right up under that part where you can't get with that brush, that shit is just building up and growing mold and growing all kinds of like nasty shit.
well,
My
but
my
that's mostly from the water that's coming down, because I mean nobody's peeing up in that little thing that you're talking about. That's
Yeah,
like
but the
that.
water build up and like just and then you still get splash, you get dirt and muck in places you think you wouldn't, you could get urine splashes up in there, but it's gonna build up with gook. My first baby mama, Tariq's mom, she knew how to clean the corner. You know how like on the corner in the floor of everybody's house. I don't care if you have carpets or hardwood floors, whatever kind of floors you have. In the corner of the wall, there's always like a bit of like dust bunnies or whatever,
Yeah.
dirt gook that builds up right there. And she hated that shit. So she would get down on her hands and her knees with a toothbrush and get up in that fucking corner and get every single bit of them, every grain of gook up out of there. Let me read
And I
comments.
see that's me where I hired the maid service to come in and do the like the deep cleaning.
Curtis said OMG Elliot, and then crying emoji. Elliot says, what? Junkin Tooth? I don't know what.
Yeah,
Doc
I don't know
says
what that was
Tabasco
related
has much vinegar. Tabasco
to.
has so
Tobacco.
much vinegar in it. I don't know if I should put it on my food or clean my windows with it. That's why a lot of
What
people don't really
what
like Tabasco. I don't really
what
like to. I mean, I like the flavor of it, but yeah.
But look,
And
I'm gonna tell you. I mean, it's good for your food. I'm more of a hot sauce guy, not a because Tabasco is a pepper sauce, but I'm more of a hot sauce guy. But one of the things that I realized, I knew that it was somewhat strong. I mean, I guess to a certain extent, because I mean, the oxidation that's on a penny, like you can shine a penny with one drop of hot sauce. I'm assuming Tabasco will fall into that as well because of the vinegar, because it's the vinegar that's in it that does it. But the level and the intake, it could be, too much of anything could be dangerous. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying? So that's how
balance.
yeah, that's how you have to balance it out. These products, these chemicals that you're talking about, the only reason why they become safe is because of the dilution that's there.
Curtis said, Elliot, my mind went someplace else. LOL. And he said vinegar. So I guess he was talking about the vinegar when he was laughing about when he was cleaning the vinegar, cleaning with vinegar.
Oh,
If I'm gonna use a heavy vinegar hot sauce, it's gonna be the brand Louisiana hot sauce. So the Louisiana hot sauce have a lot of vinegar in it? Or
all
I
no,
don't.
all of them have about the same. I mean,
Oh, okay.
the seasoning might be a little bit different. Because I mean,
I did
I'm
not
gonna
know
tell you,
that.
I'm a Louisiana hot sauce guy for sure. But what if I can't find a Louisiana, I'm going with Crystal. And after Crystal, then I come back over to Texas with the Texas Pete.
I
You know,
don't do hot sauce at all, and a lot of times, like I may not even have it in my house. People come over, they want to eat, and they're like, "Damn, you got some hot sauce?" But like, no, I don't have no hot sauce because I don't really do hot sauce. When I get the
man,
tacos from the taco stands or whatever, I don't do hot sauce. I don't
that's
even
different.
like
But that's a
barbecue
different type of.
sauce on
That's
my
a totally
barbecue.
different type of hot sauce.
I,
You know what I'm
I I
saying?
feel I feel like the barbecue sauce messes up the barbecue. I want to taste the meat, and a lot of people be using all that sugar and sweet and whatever the hell all this shit to cover up the fact they ain't know how to season the damn meat or whatever. Like it's
Oh wow.
disrespectful to the meat. If
Oh
the
wow.
meat was
That
cooked
that that
right,
was a disrespectful comment, bro. So a lot of people
if
use glazes and different things on because I mean
rubs are cool, but I'm talking about barbecue sauces.
it's the same thing because I mean I make my own sauces sometimes.
If you
I'm one of
put
those.
sugar
If it
and
when it comes to steak, yes, I want every now and then I might have a little bit of A1 on the side just to dip it in. I'm not pouring it all over my steak, but at the same time,
I never
these
use steak
sauces,
sauce. I
okay, and
never
that's
use
fine.
steak sauce. I never
You
use barbecue sauce. I,
you're not a better human being because of that. I'm just here to tell you, bro, because I mean we all like to appreciate different things in life.
yeah, I'm
You
not
know what I'm
judging. I'm not
saying?
judging at all. And I cook. I cook. I'm just not a fan of the sauces. I feel like the sauces, in a lot of ways, only sometimes,
Yeah, I mean, and I
depending
like
on
when you're
if it's
dealing
somebody knows what they're
with.
doing. But
Yeah, no,
most of
I
the
mean
time,
some
it's
some cooks,
generic.
especially when it comes to steaks, are feel disrespected if before you taste it and you're pouring sauce on it. That's
Yeah,
disrespectful.
putting
But
salt and pepper on it and shit, and you still haven't tasted salt and pepper hot sauce. You haven't even tasted it yet.
yeah, but
Make me
at the
want to
same
smack you.
time, see, because I mean, I like
Taste it
making my
first, please. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I like I like making my ribs with a honey glaze, a honey mustard glaze, and I make it totally from scratch or whatever. So I'll make some that's totally just with a rub or me season it, just flat out seasoning it, and there's some I'll put in there and I'll make a somewhat of a glaze, which I think like people love both of them, the ones that I'm both of them that I make. You've probably had some yourself, so
Yeah.
um
Yeah, I'm not that. I'm just, I'm not like, oh my God, like, but I just prefer it without it. Doc says Cholulu is a light vinegar chili sauce, about the same spice as Tabasco
Cholula.
anyway.
Oh, Cholula. Yeah, I think
Way
you're
better
talking about
flavor.
Cholula. Yes,
Yeah.
well, that one
And
is really good too. That would probably be like my number 4, number 5, just because I hadn't really thought about all of the different hot sauces.
yeah.
But Cholula comes up as one of my favorites too. I get that mostly if I'm at a restaurant. But from what I buy at the house, like I said, Louisiana is gonna be my first choice. Crystal is my second. Um, and then Texas Pete would probably be my third.
Doc says, what the F? Hand back your Texan card. Heh heh. Man, I'm born and raised in Houston, Texas too, bro. I barely even been anywhere else. I ain't
Oh,
never
he's talking
been
about you?
outside. Yeah. I ain't never
Okay.
even been outside the United States ever in my life. Doc says the one thing that made me want to smack people out at Outback was well done filet mignon dunked in ketchup. Yep,
Oh, ketchup.
that's
That
disrespectful
nah,
to the
that that's
filet.
that's that's horrible. I mean, just just a thought. I mean, that's so elementary. Such an elementary sauce, like or whatever you want to consider it. It's a condiment. It's not even a real sauce. So you know what I'm saying? To me, I don't know. I had to separate it because
Because
sauces.
that's what I be feeling
I-
though. I feel like
I-
those barbecue sauces be condiments. They
But
grab
I'm
them
an
right off the
ex-cook.
shelf.
I didn't go to school to be a chef, but I was an ex-cook that took a lot of pride in food. So
Yeah.
especially like
So
the
you're
way
not
I
gonna
serve
grab a jar of barbecue sauce off the shelf and pour it on your
bro.
ribs.
Bro, if I get barbecue sauce out of the store, I'm going to put it in a pot. I'm going to season it and add different little things to it to give it that special little twang, so it's my sauce.
Okay.
Like I'm going to recreate that sauce. You know what I'm saying? I always do. I add mustard. I add a little honey. I add, maybe some Tonys or whatever kind of Cavenders, something where I'm like I'm adding a little something extra to make it good. There's very few sauces that I found straight out of the bottle that is like
Yeah.
good enough to just pour on there.
They're all terrible to me, if you ask me. I'm a bit country too, though. Y'all gotta understand that. Like I'm a city boy. I grew up in the city, but I had country family, and I would go out there on weekends and kick it with them. So they called me city boy, but I spent a good number of weekends, holidays, and stuff like that out there.
That's the
Enough
same
for
for
the
me.
enough for the country shit to kind of rub off on me. Like I
Well,
don't
see,
fuck
I
with
know,
no frozen vegetables. I never eat frozen vegetables or canned vegetables or anything. Nothing out of a can, bro. I don't eat shit out of can.
bullshit.
I'm telling you.
Come on,
I'm
man.
telling you. And my ex was she thought that was weird about
So
me.
you get
But
everything frozen? You get all your stuff out of the frozen section?
no, I don't. That's why I say I don't fuck with none of that shit. I don't fuck with no frozen vegetables. I don't fuck with no frozen meats really hardly. Sometimes I'll freeze the meats, but no,
Sometimes.
no.
So
I'm
when you eating, so every day that you eating meat, you go to the store specifically for that day.
Well, I'll go to the store and buy like 3 or 4 days of
And
meat, and I don't put them in the freezer. I put it in the refrigerator.
I hope your shit cold as a motherfucker. I hope that shit right on the flashpoint of freezing. I hope your
But
shit
I
set
don't. But it's not gonna be there very long. A day, 2 days, 3 days max.
That might be kind of dangerous because you don't know really the shelf life it's already had before you purchased it. That's
So it's the same if you froze it, because
No, it's
then you
not.
froze it
No,
and then you
it's
thought
not.
you had to thaw it out,
You
and
believe
that's
in
gonna
science, right?
accelerate
Look,
it anyway.
look. I'm about to go democratic on you. You believe in science, don't you?
I do. I believe in
Well,
science, but we talk about nutrition. We're talking about the nutritional value of it, and then once you've frozen it, you've taken a lot of the nutritional value out of it. And
no,
like I say, we're supposed to
you've
eat
actually
fresh.
locked it in. No, you actually have locked it in. When you freezing
I don't
meat
think. I don't think
or
we're supposed to eat nothing.
anything that you're freezing, you're locking in. Everything that's there now, you have locked it in. It's in there. But as it can change as it sits in the refrigerator that's unfrozen, because it's like, whether you believe it or not, like it's steadily changing. Like some of that meat, you can see, you just leave in the refrigerator, it starts getting slimy. Like it starts, you got different organisms, minor little small parasites, things that's able
But
to start
they
living or come to life from within that meat.
they store those meat in the grocery stores in the coolers. They don't freeze
So
those fresh
most of it,
meats.
yeah, you're right, most of it, but that's because a lot of it has just come fresh from the butcher. The butcher, like this is
Exactly. So you got a little lifespan. So like they would have been it would have how, like you said, you
But
don't know how long it's been on the shelf.
Well, exactly,
Um,
because some of that stuff was cut 2 days ago.
yeah. So, but I think it's cool. Less than a week, a couple of days, 4 or 5 days.
And
I think
then
it's
you
all right.
leave it in your cooler, your fridge for 2 or 3 days. Like I'm just saying, it could. I'm not saying that it's like 100% unsafe. You know, some people, like I mean, are different. Like I mean, some of our bodies can handle stuff that others can't. But I
Well, and
say leave.
I always look at it too, though. And they be spraying shit on all the meat to try to make it look all fresh and shit when it's not. Like they be spraying the colors on the damn meat.
Yeah. Well,
We're so
hey,
fucked. I want to get to the meat of the show. The name of the show is "They Made You Afraid to Live," and I'm gonna play bits of this video. Wait a minute, I think I might just play the whole thing. It's 7 minutes, y'all. Don't go to sleep. Check this out.
Friends, it's hard to believe that we're approaching the 2-year mark of 2 weeks to slow the spread. When entire countries sealed their borders, schools went virtual, caution tape was put up all over playgrounds, sand was poured at skate parks, beaches were closed, park gates were locked, and small businesses were ordered to come to a halt. The general public began to see each other as a threat. People started wearing masks and staying 6 feet apart, all in the name of public safety. Meanwhile, huge corporations like Amazon were given the okay to stay open. So people wouldn't have to leave their homes to get their goods. They could just be delivered to their door. And even though gyms and churches were ordered to shut their doors, Walmarts were wide open, with certain sections taped off to deter purchases of things like vegetable seeds and survival gear. In fact, according to this article published on January 17th, 2022, quote, the 10 richest men in the world doubled their funds during the pandemic, increasing from approximately $700 billion to $1.5 trillion between March 2020 and November 2021. The incomes of approximately 99% of people around the globe fell during this time, and more than 160 million people have been forced into poverty. End quote. According to the Forbes real-time data on billionaires, the world's emphasis on publicly richest men are Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Bernard Arnold and family, Bill Gates, Larry Ellison, Larry Page, Sergey Brin, Mark Zuckerberg, Steve Ballmer, and Warren Buffett. Quote, the calculations also indicate that the wealth of the world's billionaires has increased more since COVID-19 began than it has in the last 14 years. Billionaires have had a terrific pandemic. Central banks pumped trillions of dollars into financial markets to save the economy, yet much of that has ended up lining the pockets of billionaires riding a stock market boom. If the 10 richest men in the world were to lose 99% of their wealth, they would still be richer than 99% of all the people on this planet, end quote. Full disclosure, the article I'm reading from goes on to explain that taxation is the only answer to this economic divide, which I think is funny. These big corporations who line the pockets of politicians, they were all allowed to stay open while they openly mocked us, repeating this whole spell of trust the science, hun. So no, I don't think more government involvement from demonic politicians will help the situation at all, unless you want to make it worse. We don't really have a government. We have corporations who have their representatives sit in a room and tell us how things are gonna go. The more I explain this, the more I repeat this, the less patient I become. Like, if you don't see this by now, I don't know what to tell you. I think you need to click off this video, unsubscribe, go sit in your car with your mask, whatever you need to do. Because I've been saying this for years. I'm not the only one. They did this on purpose. It was a smash and grab. It was the greatest exchange of wealth in all of history since the Federal Reserve took over in the early 1900s. And mark my words, they will keep up this pandemic, this scamdemic, as long as possible, as long as they have your consent, because they're profiting. And guess what? They'll call you a nutter for suggesting such a conspiracy. This was never about your health. And most of you watching, you know that. But for those of you watching who this is new news, are you paying attention yet? And having money isn't about having wads of cash in your pocket, buying the latest sports car, getting some water feature added to your pool. Money is about influence. I've been covering this phenomenon with the pandemic ever since over 1,000 CEOs of major companies and corporations stepped down right before it all hit the fan back in January of 2020, almost like they were tipped off, and they all slithered back to whatever fresh hell from whence they came. Not once did I ever venture across an article stating middle-class Americans were enhancing their wealth during this time. Not once, not ever. Your government shut down your economy, your livelihood, and wrote you a $1,000 check a couple of times in an effort for you to forget about it. To lull you into silence, to trick you into a state of complacency, all while fanning the flames of fear to control the masses in the biggest psychological operation in the history of mankind. All to make you think this was about your health. It was never about your health. It was about their wealth, though, their influence, this whole stupid financial reset we're all living through at their mercy. That's how it's going at this rate, anyway. Not to be a downer, not to say there isn't a potential to flip the script. But I'm so over trying to get people to see what's right in front of them when they're just going along with it at their own peril. Maybe this is why it's been so hard to make a video lately. I've started so many only to trash them. I keep thinking about the people who shriek, "Eat the rich," who are constantly blubbering on about how evil corporations are. And I see those same people at the grocery store. They're the first ones lining up to be the guinea pigs of Big Pharma. They're the ones rolling up their sleeves. What are we on? The third, fourth booster, all with the promise of returning to normal. How many times do they have to fool you in order for you to realize you've been fooled? Also, you can get your vaccine at the grocery store, and then afterward you can go shopping for some Monsanto Roundup bread at a 300% markup from last year.
Damn.
If you can even find any at all, because empty shelves are becoming commonplace. Not to be a Debbie Downer or anything, but I'm just saying, quit playing their game. That's the only way forward. I swear, if you live near me and you're not weird, let's do a community garden. I can shovel dirt with the best of them. It's just a matter of getting your friends and neighbors together and hiring a teacher for your children. Building your own wealth within your own communities. So we can quit being at the mercy of these psychopaths. They only have influence because they have your attention, which they acquired by scaring you with relentless news coverage and conditioning you throughout your most developmental years to believe they have any kind of claim to your freedom. We all die anyway. We all die. Every single one of us, eventually. And they've made the majority afraid to live. Meanwhile, they're robbing us all blind. I'm just so over it. Truly, I don't want to make another video about them getting rich. Like, by the way, they're getting richer. This is what all these videos are like. I mean, are you over it too? Let me know. Let me know what you think, internet friends. I always look forward to reading your comments. Thank you so much for watching, for subscribing, for supporting my channel on Patreon. Bye.
Well,
Okay.
before we really get into the discussion, I would like to add something that I think she forgot. She may didn't think of to add, but they also injected new dollars into the economy in order for them to absorb it right back into their pockets. Like they had the government throw new money into the system so that the corporations could absorb it, because a lot of people were out of work. That was the only way for them to have money. So in order for them to still be able to sell their products, the government gave them money to be able to spend with the corporations.
And I peeped that too because like people think that, because the government is so crafty, like the way they do shit, and the people really think that those checks was, them trying to benefit you. No, they was trying to stimulate the economy. They was trying to keep,
Exactly.
money,
It wasn't
keep shit
about
moving.
them. No, it was not about you. Let me just let you know, like they were not looking out for you when they did that. And like it helped. I'm sure it helped a lot of people during a tough time, but their minds were not on you, because otherwise they really probably could give a shit, what actually was going to happen, because they're, if I can interject a lot of my thoughts, wouldn't really matter, but
because a lot of countries economies came to a screeching halt. A lot of countries did, so they didn't want that to happen. They wanted the economy to keep going.
because for some governments the actual because like in order to keep the integrity of their currency, they don't just throw more and more usage bills into it, because for them that it matters. For most people that really does matter, because value in trade is what keeps your government at a certain level. For the people in our government, some, because not all have that same sentiment, but even though like they may like they had to figure out something to be able to keep the people um you know being able to, I guess, be involved within the economy, being able to purchase things. They had to agree to do that. But from other mindsets, they probably would have been like, well, what this is gonna do to us, because I mean a lot of us are living the pains right now, because like I mean we're looking at fuel costs. I mean, you know how I get into the whole inflation thing.
Yeah.
The cost that, monies that we're coming out of pocket with, regardless if we have a job or not. We have these expenses. Things in the stores are costing more. Like, and you still haven't, most people haven't gotten any kind of raise or any kind of reflection of your income matching what the economy is producing.
Let me read the
So
comments. Doc says money is about buying things, wealth is about power, influence. There is a difference.
depends on what side of the coin you sit on.
That is why we are taught, raised to make money and not build wealth. The proper term for them is psychopath. No, the proper term for them is not psychopath, it's sociopath. He
I would
also,
say a combination.
and Doc says 70% of the stimulus money ended up in the banks of the big delivery and grocery companies, the ones that the wealthy bought up and all the stock in, which is how they became richer. And
What
Amazon,
what was that number amount that you quoted last night about the charges the banks made within the pandemic? 12 billion?
yeah, I
12
don't
point
remember the number.
something. Yeah, it was like 12 point something billion dollars that they pretty much robbed people of during the pandemic. That's within banks. That's one thing alone. Just
Just
uh
one little
yeah,
bitty piece of,
one charge, the one type of charge. That's the overdraft.
yeah.
Just in overdraft charges, 12 point, I forget how many billions that banks charge. That's horrific, bro. Like that's 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 where you start to see evil. Like for them to not have any consideration of the circumstances and just be like, oh, what? I don't matter. You was,
Yeah, we
your
know it's a
account is.
pandemic, and the government told you to go home, and you're not really making no money. But yeah, and we also know that you still got to pay your bills and pay your rent and all that shit and all that. But yeah, we got to get paid too, still though. So you still got to pay. You know what I'm saying?
But
You
when
know,
has an over? My thing is, when has an overcharge ever hurt anybody? Not, like really destroyed a bank because they
that was
weren't
just
able to.
another one of those things because they have those execs that sit around with they got the Harvard education and they get to sit at the long table and they get to think of ways to improve the profit, make more profit. How can we make more profit out of this?
Well,
How can we
yeah.
increase the profit model? So then
Well,
they
and
come
I
up with
know.
shit like that,
But and I
overdraft fees.
understand that it's it's legal for them to do, but is it humane? Is it really? Because I mean, in under the circumstances, certain things should be absolved from the people because all right, if you're over, let's just say, you use some of their money to 12.4 billion, but if you use some of their money and they're just trying to get back just that you went over $10, $12, 20, $50, and when your account has that amount in there, they take that back without the charges. I'm like, that's fair. You know what I'm saying? But when you take that $50 plus another $30, or if it was a combination of charges, because it
Yep.
could have been
Every
$3.
every charge that comes in after that,
Yeah,
even if 99 cents
$32.
On top of the other $32 from when you overdrafted the original one.
You know what I'm saying? So that's
So
the part where I think that's where that's
robbery,
probably
it's
more on the
extortion.
sociopath side, because you just have no regard. Like, I mean, you just really think
Because they
about
should be
yourself.
paying us anyways, because they flipping that money. That's what I always be saying. If you gave your money to a gangster nigga, a nigga in the hood or whatever, a Don nigga, the nigga that's not gonna get robbed. You know what I'm saying? And you just you tell him, because you got big sum of money, you want to put it in a safe place. You don't want to put it in the bank. You give it to that dude, and when you ask for your money back, he gonna give you like exactly the amount that you put in there. It ain't gonna be. You know
Well,
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying?
but that's pretty much what you're doing with the bank, because I mean, like
But
that's why I have a lot of issue with,
but
like,
wait,
for
but
instance.
wait, I left the part out that
Okay.
during that time where he's holding that money for you, he's gonna be flipping that money. He's gonna use that money as leverage. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna make money off of that money. Basically, is what I'm saying. He's gonna
Well,
flip that money.
I mean, if he has somebody, because I mean, you know, protecting your money, and they're able to flip. I mean, because if you didn't go in with the mindset when you were asking this person to hold this money for you, and if they do use it, I mean, when you come ask for it and they can give it to you, you don't know any difference. But
Yeah, and you
the
ain't gonna care.
mindset, but see, the word mindset comes into being the biggest part of it all is the way you go into the utilization of your money. Because it's like, dude, I know you know how you make your money, and I can invest in you. And hey, I don't know what would be, I can, you can be able to get more for less, and blah 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 blah, whatever. We can make this deal. I can strengthen your you know whatever you're able to purchase up front, and you can make a percentage. But a lot of times we don't go into it that way, but that's one of my issues with banking, because like I try to only keep enough money to, in the bank that is gonna for me, where I can pay bills and just live. But money that I have extra, I put that type of money into an investment where my money can work for me. Like, you're never gonna get above where you are unless you invest. I mean, and and if you know another way, please tell me, because I'll try that too.
yeah, because it's all about, that's what I'm saying though, flipping the money, because when you have the liquid cash, you can make moves with it.
Y-
And some of those returns are pretty much guaranteed depending on the situation that you have at hand, that for sure, or whatever.
Yeah,
So, but all you need is the right amount of funds to make the transaction be a valid transaction. So, and that's it. So, but see, that's the reason why poor people stay poor, is because they spend their money, and they don't leverage it.
exactly. Because I mean, even circulating is because that's one of the terms that I use, is I circulate money, but leveraging, I guess, is the more appropriate word, because, like I said, if you don't have the proper mindset with your money, you know you usually tend to feel like you've lost, you know, or maybe you don't even have any kind of realization in that at all, but either way, you got to try to put your money where you can grow it without you having to do much.
So Doc says, did you know you make more money buying Chase or Bank of America stock than putting it into savings account with them bank savings at 0.01%, or 1% of a percent stock divided payout, at least payout 2.65%.
And that, yeah, that's a much better return, where shoot, that 0 point that one I mean that 0.01%, you know, over a year's time. I mean, of course, it depends on how much money you actually have in the bank. I mean, shoot, the average person doesn't have $1,000 to put in the bank. So even if you have that maxed out $1,000 in the bank that's just there, you still won't make shit probably $1 in a year's time.
Yeah, that's not basically nothing. Doc says that's what banks do. They take the money they get, loan it out, and purchase high dividend stocks and bonds, keep the profits while they pay you squat for it. And that's what I'm
But
saying.
but no,
They
besides
flip,
that,
they flipping that fucking money, and that's what
no,
makes me mad.
see, that's the thing. No, because see the way the banks really work, because they can loan money out at whatever percentage, because based on your credit, they'll loan you out money, you know, whether it's between 5, 10, and sometimes up to 20% that they'll charge on, you know, as interest. Whereas that same, you know, because like I think all they have to have in order to be able to loan out 100,000, all they really have to have is 10,000 available in the accounts. So they can loan out $100,000 based on a 10,000 amount that they may have, or you know, and we can multiply that, you know, for you know whatever segment we really talking about. But because they have 10,000 in the bank, they can loan out 100,000 and then charge that. Let's just say 10%. They able to make $10,000 off of actually having $10,000 of somebody else's money in their bank. That's just one. That's just one avenue. But
Yeah, so let's talk about a few aspects of the video. One of the things that I thought about when I watched the video earlier today was because she said visible, the men who's the most rich men, the most visibly rich men is, and stressing the word visible. And I think about that, and I think about that a lot. And it's like the rich ones that you don't know, the ones that's really super rich, the ones who was born into money. These are names that you probably don't know. Um, how much influence are these people having? Like these people don't want you to know who they are. They don't want the fame.
well, man, I'm gonna tell you something, bro. People who consider crypto a Ponzi scheme just has not realized any of it. Because I mean, they first of all, they probably never invested in it, and like any stock, every stock is, you know, like I mean, yeah, you follow the trends and see its ups and downs, but you've never made any money until you've realized your capital, your gains. So, you know, if you just got, you know, investments that you put in and you've never taken out at least the seed money that you started with or anything like that, you still at a, you know, no profit. You truly, you know, it's all circumstantial or based on what you see in the market. And when the market makes a change and it goes down, I mean, if you're not in a position where I see no boy stealing dollars off the dance floor, but not, but like realization of your capital is when you know, when you actually take profit. So I think people's misunderstanding of how money really works is really their bigger downfall, because whether it's a hoax or not, there's people who's actually realizing profits, just like any stock that you could buy on the market. You know, you got a long-term plan for a stock that you feel so confident in, that's been around for 20 years, and they tank this year, next year, because of the pandemic, and you don't put, and who knows how much money over the years. What you gonna say then? I mean, that was a Ponzi scheme. No, it was a real thing that just so happened to go down. I don't know, man. I think a lot of people that with that mindset just needs to study, have more financial literacy.
Yeah. I want to play this just because this is interesting as fuck and it popped up. I've been seeing this. They say this was in Third Ward. And you know, I saw a list that said there's been more murders in Houston than there has been in Los Angeles. And we're the top right now.
Bro, I've been getting headlines on my phone the last few weeks that has horrified me, bro. And my thing is set up mostly for Houston.
Kind of fucking gun was that nigga had?
Man, I don't know, but that must sound like it's gonna hurt something. Sound like a. Oh, yeah, nah, that's more than a shotgun.
I don't know what that was, but they had them niggas behind. Look, they hiding behind the fucking. You know, they don't normally do that. They didn't come out till he started running. And look, you can see the gun in his hand. What the fuck kind of gun is that? Anyways, it says video captured a terrifying scene in Third Ward today as suspect get into a shootout with Houston police. 3 officers were shot, but are expected to be okay. The suspect was taken into custody after standoff.
They actually took him into custody?
Yeah, that's surprising too, huh? He lived through that?
That must have been a white dude.
It didn't look like a white dude when he was running.
No, I mean when you said third, no, I know. I'm looking at. I didn't think it was either, but I'm just saying. Just it was a joke. He lived through this.
Yeah, that's amazing. So they must have respected the hell out of him. They're trying to follow protocols, but you know they've been arresting cops for excessive force like crazy.
No, some cops know that shit. You can punish their ass more if they're alive.
They probably wanted to get him. They was like, nigga, you shot at us, nigga. Fuck, we finna fucking handle. I bet you he was.
He gonna get a good whooping. They gonna let his ass rest and heal up a little bit and whoop his ass some more.
Okay, it says, let's read some of the comments. It says, Lord help Houston, Texas. One dude says, dude has 5 stars for real. Like on Grand Theft Auto. That's pretty funny. Damn, can I make this scroll?
You know, that really could be like a real live scene of GTA.
Yeah. And that's what's crazy because people acting like they guess they've been playing GTA too damn much. They don't know what's real life.
Huh.
Damn it, I can't make it scroll. That sucks. Let me try again. Hold on. I don't know how to do it. This should be. Oh, I got it. See, look, somebody said, yeah. It says that gun, though. Somebody said that. See, that's what I'm saying. What kind of fucking gun was that? God bless police. Hold on. God bless our police heroes. Incredible footage. They can't just play GTA 5 like the rest of us, LOL. They got to play it out.
Well, no, yeah, they done got bored with GTA, and that's why I think some of this stuff, you know, I don't think that's gonna be out, you know, average like what everybody, you know, gets to a point where, oh, they just started playing GTA. Let me go do it in real life. But shit,
your mind, you smoking weed, you know, you're not in your right mind. That might have been a white guy on the cool. Them officers need to get on somebody's track. How did they all miss him? But he hit 3 cops. GTA in real life. I love Houston, but crime is out of flipping control. Lord help us. He gets to shoot 3 cops and run away. There's the problem. What, y'all wanted him to die? This was ridiculous. What the hell? Wow, the suspect lived. Now, wait a doggone minute.
Oh,
Houston's becoming dangerous.
He might be trying to be funny.
Yeah, you never know. The sarcasm. It's hard to read sarcasm in comments.
Yeah.
They always get misunderstood. But I want to go back to the topic of the people who we don't know, like the really super rich motherfuckers. Like, And you know, they be talking about the Forbes list and stuff. And what I always be talking about when
That's
I talk to my
bullshit.
daughter, yeah, I tell my daughter all the time, I'm like, ask somebody you know how much money they have. You know what I'm saying? Ask anybody how much money they have. Are they
Say,
gonna
bro.
tell you how you know? Are they gonna give you a real true number? And then how the amounts that they come up with in these Forbes lists or whatever is based on like what they see on like paper, with taxes and so forth and so on. So they're guessing. All I'm saying is that shit is not very
Look,
reliable.
look, I'm gonna tell you something because you know these tax shelters that you have, the Cayman Islands, South Dakota, which is a new big one now. Um, different countries around the world are hiding money that people really have access to and can use. They have so much to where they don't want to have to pay tax really pay taxes on it. So they're hiding a lot of it. So but then the people that you actually see on the Forbes list, that stuff just to kind of like it's like a clout thing. It's like
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
it's
Like
fame.
yeah,
It's
like
it's it's
it's people that you already see that want to show off. There's been times that like Bill Cosby was like he don't want his stuff uh really put out there. And they might try to
so
give an estimate, but when it becomes a worldwide thing, because a lot of these people are global actors. Like
yeah,
I don't mean like a
and that's
TV
my
show. I'm
point.
saying
That's
yeah,
my
like
point. That's what direction I'm going into. Is so okay. Now we know that these guys got billions of dollars, Jay Z and Bill Gates and all of them. But what about the people that we don't know that's out there that
yeah,
surely have lots and like their money probably can't even be measured.
bro.
And
When
you
we talk
and it's
about Jeff Bezos, I'm sorry, but like when we talk about like Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, like the top people that we know, like these are like the richest people in America, so like probably in the world already. But just us hearing about their hundreds of billions of dollars, bro, these are trillionaires. I mean,
yeah,
because
people that was born into money, people that own like whole fucking kingdoms and shit, like, and you don't know their names.
exactly.
Oh my god, that fucking post was distracting.
I didn't really pay much attention.
Ooh, Lord. Let me read the comments. Um, Purchase dividends, invest, making money. How much cash does a bank need on hand? Banks with 15.2 million to 110 to 2 million in transaction accounts must hold 3% in reserve. Large banks, those with more than 110.2 million in transaction accounts, must hold 10% in reserve. These reserves must be maintained in case depositors want to withdraw cash from their accounts, of course. So the rest, that's only 3%, only 10%. They flipping the rest of that. Crypto is more volatile market than penny stocks or currency trading. Lots of swinging, lots of speculation, big gains for the savvy, big losses for the amateur trader. 31-year-old Roland Cabello has been arrested after shooting 3 Houston police officers during a chase, which ended in a standoff situation at a home near downtown. All 3 officers are in stable condition, and their injuries were considered non-life-threatening. One was shot in the foot, one was shot in the leg, and one was shot in the arm. Thanks for clearing that up. So Roland Caballero, I don't think that was the black guys.
Maybe some
Back
Spanish guys.
the flipping of the money, the 10%. Like if everybody went to the bank and said, "Give me my money," most of these banks will go out of business. They wouldn't be able to do it. They don't even have the money. It's not even there
Well,
because they're flipping it.
well, they are flipping it, but like they're gonna at some point they will be pissing off somebody because like like I said, they only have to because I mean we're probably talking more in tens of millions or at least a couple of million because I mean I don't know how many people for each branch or whatever that they're gonna hold X amount of money for, but in order for them to invest or make loans with millions or billions of dollars, you're just looking at where the bank has to have the availability, the actual like in their hand, the 10% of whatever it is that they're you know utilizing day to day. So they never really have to have that money because I mean most of it is speculated. It's you're looking at debits and credits for the most part. Most people using their cards and this, that, and the other. A lot of people not gonna get cash, but just because of I guess the clients they have, maybe they have to have a 10% amount of whatever.
A big fucking scam, a big fucking Ponzi scheme. If you ask me, no different than these damn.
No, it is. It
These
definitely
damn.
is.
What do you call it? What's that place? Herbalife. Companies like that. These pyramid schemes, and I think that's all it fucking is, man. And you know about futures? Do you understand futures? Future
Well,
tradings.
I know some about it. Like I have some future investments, but as far as exactly how they work, I mean, no,
I dug a little
I
bit.
couldn't explain it.
It's hard. It's complex as fuck. I did a little bit of digging into futures, and then what the thing is, it's speculations, and these are the ones that's like I don't want to say it's not real. It's just it's
Bro, look, I'm gonna tell you. See, one of the things that most people don't know because I mean, unless you're into history and you understand that especially for the United States, of course other countries as well, but mostly for the United States, like all of everything because I mean if it was built on true worth money, the value of the dollar, that the US dollar was built on actual worth, like you wouldn't see countries talking about, or I mean companies, corporations being at billions because the government, like there's only so much available gold for
and
each
that's what I
country.
was about to say because about the money, that's the thing, and with the futures, bruh, that's
But
what I understand. There's only so much, like there's the actual amount that can be like actually physically traded is like 1.7 trillion dollars or some shit like that. Like that's all the real money that's even exists or whatever the fuck, some shit like that. I
No,
don't know the
well,
number,
that might be
but
for countries because I mean, there's plenty of gold around the world, and of course, like if back in like the 1930s when they after the Great Depression, you know that the banks saying they're gonna take your they need all of your gold and this, that, and the other, and they were gonna give you these paper dollars to replace it and this, that, and the other, which they used to have, when they were actually under the gold standard. You know, each those one of those certificates that they gave you, dollar certificates, was to equal whatever the value of gold was at that time.
right.
So
So,
it's
but what I'm saying is, I don't know what the number is. There's only a certain amount of actual like monetary shit, and the
yeah.
numbers are just floating around back and forth on the damn computer, and it's not really real. Like the money don't actually ever move. Like it's just numbers going back and
Well,
forth
what
that don't even represent no real money.
see the terminology had to change because we still use the term money, but legally, like I mean, etymologically, money is only silver or gold or silver. But be, them having to use the word currency on more being more technical about what this type of fiat currency money, this currency is based on the circulation, how our belief, our minds believing in something and working for it, using our energy, the currency, uh, that's what it's built on, an idea, which is kind of, it's I say it's somewhat. I mean, because at any point we could really say anything is worth more value than another. So that's why it's like not like a horrible thing, but at the same time, I mean, I think that we should have it based on something, like some kind of, even if it was, our oil supply, or if shit, even if our food supply chain, if we got so much corn that is that valuable to the world to where we could put these dollar amounts on it, and that's what's gonna back it. Okay, fine, whatever it is. So I mean, honestly, when you're looking at it, I think where there's more of a problem is when, like you said, you got people, exercise the right to print as much paper as they want without any true value exchange for it, is where we start having the problem, because you just printing stuff out of thin air with no true basis. So that's really where the biggest problem is. Not that the fact that we have fiat currency, it's just that some people's you know being okay with exploiting it or using it regardless of what the worth is, because they could benefit from it.
Yeah.
It's not
A
considered
couple
over
of
whole.
other things she talked about in the video about being afraid to die, and I think that's one of the things that we have to think about. And then so then you're afraid to live. Meanwhile, they're robbing you, so they scare you, and meanwhile they take. It's kind of like the whole Christian. I mean, I'm not trying to knock it, but like colonization, they come and they tell you to wait for heaven. You're gonna get your riches in heaven. You're gonna get Islam do the same thing. You're gonna get
Your pie in the sky.
virgins.
Your
You're gonna
pie in
get
the sky.
virgins. You're gonna get a mansion. All that stuff. All you got to do is live right in this life. Meanwhile, these other people are robbing you blind, and they live in their heaven right here in this world. And the other thing she said was not about health. She said it was never about your health, and clearly it wasn't. And the other thing she said was money is influence, and that goes back to what I was talking about the people we don't see and how much influence they have. Those the main ones pulling the strings. Those names that we don't know.
I mean, I really wish I knew how to change that, because I mean, we as the people really have the overall decisions to make, because I mean, everything that they try to do, if we didn't support it, because I mean, I like that picture. I actually tried to screenshot it where it showed that like her grandparents or whatever, the reasons why they were able to live through the Great Depression was because they had local support, local food chains, and they knew how to do stuff.
Right.
So,
and that's why you can't conquer. How do you conquer a nation full of small farmers? How do you do that?
You don't. I mean, well, they have. I mean, but you beat them up. You make policies that you make deals, or you design.
That's a hard group. That's a hard group to conquer. and it's gonna take you 2, 3, 400 years to do it.
Yeah, because I mean,
And
if you keep creating certain new regulations that you know these farmers have to abide by, and have these new standards, which are probably subpar standards, that like things that you know make the food a less quality because for whatever reason. I mean,
you sell
it's
them the seeds and
yeah,
make them buy
yeah,
your seeds and shit like that. But they've been doing
exactly.
that over hundreds of years. It took them 100 years. Back in the
Well,
days, the United States was a
no,
bunch of
no,
small farms.
it hadn't even been that long, bro. Like this has been the last 40 years, 50 years maybe. Like I mean, bro, a lot of this stuff we've lived through. We were kids, but a lot of
Yeah.
when all that stuff was taking place, I mean, this since the '80s is really when they really started taking over a bunch of these farms.
I
You know,
think that's the way.
they've been exercising it, little by little, since before then. It ain't been no hundreds of years because they only been in power for 200 years, a little over 200. You know what I'm saying? They haven't been here that long to really say hundreds of years. But once they perfected a certain idea how they can, how to get people, they've been getting bigger and bigger and taking bigger steps at doing it. That's how we're here
Um,
now.
Doc says that's a big part of the reason that Nixon pulled us off the gold standard. People were demanding their cash in the metals, silver certificates, and gold bonds, and moving it out the country.
Well,
At
yeah,
a
and that was a second attempt because they did it with Roosevelt. The first time they tried it was with Roosevelt, but yeah, I think like 1771, 70, like in the 70s, it happened again. Yeah.
He says at a price of US one 12.50 per troy ounce, $40 per gram, reached on August 16, 2017. 1 metric ton of gold has a value of approximately 40.2 million. The total value of all gold ever mined and that is accounted for would exceed 7.5 trillion. And that valuation and using WGC 2017 estimates. That's what I'm talking about. So I think that's the number. That's 7.5. I said 1.7 trillion. So I'm dyslexic. I say shit backwards. But I think that's the number right there. But
I
the
love Doc because he comes up with the damn why in the moment he's like
yeah, I think that's the number. And so the thing is, though, with the all transactions happening globally shouldn't exceed that number. You get what I'm saying? Because where is the value of it then? So, but
well,
it just these numbers on the computer floating back and forth. Nobody really
but
cares.
see, but that's why I go back to saying a lot of this stuff is speculation because, like, okay, how do we go from, something, you know, 20, 30, let's 50 years ago, a loaf of bread costing a quarter to it being 10 times as much now? And that's because, that invisible tax, if you want to call it invisible, because most people know about it now because they feel the effects from it. But, being able to inflate all these prices over time, I mean, every country, I mean, at some point it has to totally fall because, especially at the rate in which it's going, I mean, shoot, you gonna, I mean, that's enough to really cause a civil war alone.
If
You know what
people
I'm saying?
knew, if people had any idea, if people had any clue, they
No,
so oblivious.
bro, why you think they got people rushing the damn Capitol and DC and doing all? Say, bro, like this is like it's a bunch of oblivious people, or and if they do know, they too scared to try to do anything about it. But there's things in our Constitution that say when you have you know people like this in the government, you need to you got the right to go in there and take their ass out. But people got no look. That's such a horrible thing. What damn? What you think? What these people are doing to us every day? You know what I'm saying? Like, bro. I mean, I know I say a lot of stuff on here. You know that might go over people's heads, but a lot of times, you know, I see people as being that frog in the cool water, and it's going to boiling, and you know, now you know, and you still ain't realize your ass getting cooked.
And they're using fear to do it. So scared. So scared that you won't live. Scared to live.
Well, but they're not like
And it's kind of like, and they actually living. It's kind of like the
yeah.
Matrix taking the blue pill and deciding to just be, you know, asleep, you know, instead of.
Because I mean, for them to have the nerve to even be able to take some of the steps that they have, like that's some ballsy shit for them to be like, man, fuck 99% of the country.
Right in your face too.
Like they some bitches. They ain't all they gonna do is do what the fuck I said they gonna do. And shit, I mean, look, they gonna go march on up and down MLK and this, that, and the other, and say this and say that, but they gonna calm down, shut the fuck up, and go their ass back to work.
You gotta say it's gangster at the very least.
Bro,
that take big balls, big donkey gangster
no,
nuts.
you can't see. No. See, saying balls really is like an understatement. Like you gotta say cojones. They got some cojones to be pulling off the shit they be pulling off, bro. Like that's past some gangster shit, bro. That's shit.
Okay, this is the guy right here. See?
Yeah.
Our three injured officers are in stable condition.
I know if it was black people, it's almost impossible. I really hate to be saying that, but I mean I feel like that's the truth. Like if it was some black guys that like when they found them, they would have beat the fuck out of them and still killed them, or they would have been dead. Like they would have been way more dangerous than what they perceived these guys to be.
I wonder what kind of gun that nigga had.
Me too.
He had some serious pow.
I might need to get me one.
Yeah, he had them ducking behind they squad car, bro.
Because I mean, when it was first going off, I was like, damn, maybe he had a shotgun or something like that. But then when I started hearing the consist like it was like it was speeding up, I was like, oh no, I don't know no shotgun that do that. Because it was so like the blast was so loud.
Yeah, they said boom, boom, boom. It was boom, and it came out fast. So it was like a fast boom. So the bullets must have been big.
Yeah.
That's why they had them niggas ducking behind the car. Because them niggas was thinking the same thing. What the fuck kind of gun is this nigga?
You know what I'm saying?
They got they standard issue fucking what is it, a 45? What is it, the standard?
They don't. Well, they were using 40 cals like something I have, but they moved to 9mm because the production of the bullets, like you can get those easier. So they had 10mm at one time, but I think they went back to 9mm because, like I said, the production of the 9mm.
And how many bullets are in that clip? 12?
At least, yeah, I think about 12, 13. I mean, you can get an extended clip, but the regular clip, I think it holds about 12.
Yeah, so an old buddy had that rat, and them niggas had that pat.
Yeah. Now, no disrespect to no 9mm because that should have eat your ass up too. But shit, whatever he had, bro.
Yeah,
they like he ain't playing. Look, he ain't playing.
Had them
Run
backing
for
up.
cover.
I mean, it's not funny, y'all. Forgive me. I'm just I'm just making light of it, y'all. Don't take it too serious.
Yeah, I'm stupid like that.
I don't condone people shooting at the cops because that's how you get killed. And most of the time, the cops in those situations didn't. I don't feel like no man if he hasn't done nothing.
I think he's
Yeah.
lucky that he survived too. Because I mean,
'Cause
in the moment,
any man who commits crime deserves, punishment under the law on both sides. And any man that's being respectful deserves respect on both sides. And nobody deserves to have their life like taken.
but I mean, but you see, my natural reaction is like, damn, is that really a black dude? I mean, we hear the third ward,
Yeah.
so we are making assumptions that it is, but then you come to find out, it's like, wait a minute, damn, he lived? No, it couldn't have been. And you find out, no, it wasn't. So, I mean, how close to reality is, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep. The randomness of the internet. It's already getting late. We're at 2.5 hours. He said they're huevos or ranchero sized.
huevos.
Yeah, man.
You ain't lying.
I think I had one other thing.
But hey, bro, I mean that dude that we saw the picture of, bro. Say, bro, he looked like one of them gang. He might be shit. You never know. He might be part of the cartel. That might be part of his safety. Like you.
Yeah,
I mean,
because you don't be knowing what's going on behind closed doors. Because them niggas could have got a phone call. The cops could have got a phone call right in the middle of the shootout, and they was like, "Yeah, that's such and such and such. He made man da 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 dee dee." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you might need to leave my people alone, or else you're gonna have bigger troubles than you think you got. And the cartel is that freaking gangster. Like that's who a lot of times they be making deals with. When you know are making deals with Mexico.
Yeah, because the cartels run Mexico. And and it's like you don't want to get killed. So like they literally because they more gangster, like we be talking about Hillary Clinton and how people be getting suicided. These niggas not finna suicide you. They gonna show up, they might kill your whole family and just, drive off. Like it's not they're not like finna do it all covertly and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be just, and everybody gonna know who did it and everything. Like, yeah, it was us, nigga. We told you what the fuck was gonna happen. Oh, we lost him. You there?
What did I say?
I don't know when you dropped out, but I was talking about the cartels. They're gonna do it right in your face. Like we were talking about how Hillary Clinton is a scary motherfucker, but the cartels are even more scarier than the Democratic machine.
No, she in that same boat with them. Like, I'm telling you that she probably got her own organization. You know, might be more on the sex trafficking side, but she gangster. You don't underestimate that woman. I'm just telling you. But however, when it comes down to it, international laws will supersede all this other shit. So, and they respect those international laws because, like, certain
between the cartels and stuff, between the criminals. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. They have rules that they all follow within even their criminal world.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, certain things that they've made us believe to be, looked at as criminal are things that they all do and they know. Like, I mean, they all, like, when it comes to drug trade, they they do it. They just do it on the highest level.
Yeah. That's why in the law, when you do like the blue collar crimes and the niggas that get caught moving like 300 pounds of cocaine or 300 pounds of weed or something like that, they get soft ass charges, and niggas that be moving
3 grams.
Yeah, get 100 years and shit.
You know, and I mean, that might be a bit of an exaggeration, but yeah, it's like you really look at it like somebody who might have, I think a lot of people with 2 or 3 kilos get off a little softer than people who might have a couple of ounces. But,
yeah. Because everything becomes different. It's a different level of the crime level. Because if you got 2 or 3 birds, you got money for a lawyer or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Well, look, I'm gonna tell you, when it comes to like El Chapo, like if he didn't have such a high murder rate, they probably would have never fucked with him. If he was just mostly just selling drugs and like.
And we don't know what happens. Slide. And what I be saying is we don't know what happened on the inside. It could have been that he pissed somebody off, and I think a lot of times that's what it be. They make examples out of you.
Well, his power. No, see, the problem a lot of times becomes with the amount of power that he obtained, and more, because you can have as much power over the people in your country, but when you start to obtain certain power and like you got political influence on other countries because of the dealings you have with those countries, that's when you become more of a threat to other like outside countries from there. So that's when they're like, all right, you know what, we got to do something about this cat.
I don't know if I'm gonna get away with playing this, but y'all bear with me here. Let me read the comments first before I do it. He said it was a fully automatic. So far it looks like an AR-15 standard barrel. It didn't look like it was shorter than an AR-15, but no confirmation on weapon type, just that it was full auto. We could hear it was full auto.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna tell you, AR is not putting out that much power like that.
Because it said boom, 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 and that's why I say we heard it was fully automatic. We heard that. Yeah. Cartels kill you in the streets. Hillary's enemies kill themselves. Yeah. Ooh. Politicians just make the drugs. They like legal by prescription.
Well, and that might be an understatement as well with the whole Hillary thing, because you said they killed themselves. Well, it at least looks that way.
Yeah, that's his point. That's what his point is. Yeah. That's his point, because that's what the point is. They get suicided. They always seem to, somebody gets, has a problem with the Clinton machine. All of a sudden they decide to kill themselves. It's just strange.
And I don't think it's out of love for them. Like, I don't want them to get in any trouble, so I'm just gonna just off myself.
Yeah. Nah. Just like I say, at the risk of losing all of y'all, I'm freaking learning Spanish. So I want to play this little thing. Give me a second.
Well,
I don't know
is it beyond like fair use?
That's what I wonder. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna get in trouble for sharing it. We're gonna see. It's for educational purposes, so I would think that it would be okay. We're gonna see, and it's a song too. So y'all check this out. It's for kids. It's for kids when they're learning Spanish. And it's about greetings. I just think it's cool, y'all. Check it out.
Aquí empieza la canción del día. Empezamos en la madrugada. Ya estamos listos. Buenos días, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? Manos arriba, manos de paz. manos de paz. Hola, 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 amigo, hoy será un día bonito. Hola, 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 amigo, hoy será un día bonito. Qué mañana tan divertida, ¿eh? Comimos el almuerzo y ahora viene la tarde. Cantemos juntos, cantemos juntos. Buenas tardes, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? Manos arriba, manos de paz, manos de paz. Hola, 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 amiga, hoy será una tarde bonita. Hola, 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 amiga, hoy será una tarde bonita. Hey,
Hey, hey.
Y ahora tenemos sueño.
Tenemos
Viene la
sueño.
noche.
Tenemos
Cantemos juntos, cantemos juntos. Buenas noches, ¿cómo estás?
¿Cómo estás?
Manos arriba,
Manos arriba, manos de paz, manos de paz. Hola, 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 amiga.
Hoy será una noche bonita. Hola, hola,
Hola, amiga.
hoy será una noche bonita.
Hey, hey.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches, buenas noches. Buenas noches, buenas noches. Es hora de dormir. Buenas noches, buenas noches. Cierren los ojos. Buenas noches, buenas noches.
Buenas noches, yeah.
Buenas noches, buenas noches, buenas noches.
Oh shit, I'm trying to stop it. Okay.
Fred Sanford say bony knees to you too. Is that bonus noches?
I don't know. I just like it a lot. I think it's really catchy. And it's perfect for learning.
Is. But you know
It's-
that I mean might be a good way to do it because you know that whole singing part.
Yeah,
Is,
that's, you know, you think about it. That's how you taught the kids when you learned your ABCs. They taught you with the song.
yeah.
You know, and your numbers. They probably taught your numbers with a song. So and even though like you're an adult, but the same way they teach kids a language is the same way to begin learning a language yourself. Even if you're an adult, there's no reason with that. You start with the simple stuff and work your way up. You know what I'm saying? And that's just how it goes. So yeah, so the kids shows for learning another language is perfectly fine for adults to watch and actually probably really, really useful. It's been my experience that they have been. I just like that. That's all. I just wanted to share that with y'all. Maybe y'all learned a little bit of Spanish right there without even knowing it because it'll creep into your little subconscious. I gotta learn that shit this semester so I can get my damn degree. I'm supposed to be graduated already. I don't learn this fucking Spanish. I'm not gonna graduate. It's keeping me from graduating.
How long? I mean, you've been knowing that is that something that's like way deep in your curriculum, like
it's what's left.
Like, is a part of your major. It's an elective.
Yes, it's a part of my major. I have to have what do they call it? They call it proficiency in a foreign language or whatever you call it. Like I need to be able to actually speak it, write it fluently to a certain extent to be able to get my degree. A foreign language. It has to be a language that you didn't, know already or didn't grow up with. Not your traditional language or whatever. Now, a lot of people cheat, like the ones that know Spanish already. But the thing is, they still have a hard time because they teaching you this academically. So if you never got taught Spanish academically, then you still gonna have to learn that shit because it's gonna be a whole bunch of shit that you don't know, and also bad habits that you have from speaking it, slang and stuff.
Yep.
So It is what it is. Yeah, it's part of my degree plan. I have to have a foreign language. I chose Spanish because I figured that would be the easiest one for me. So
You ever thought about Angie? Well, I want to say Angie Stone, but what's that? Something Stone, Rosetta.
Rosetta Stone. Yeah, I have an app called Duolingo on my phone. It's really, really good. I have a lot of help. There's a lot of help out there, but it's just learning the languages. You actually got to learn it. Like, there's no cheating. There's no shortcuts. And it's not like, you have to, and it's a lot of memorization because it's like, certain things are just the way they are. For me, for me to remember things, it's because they make sense. And that's the reason why, like, I study the things that I study, because I remember them, because they made sense. Like with a language, it doesn't really have to make sense or whatever. You know what I'm saying? To you, it's not going to make sense or whatever. If that makes any sense, it just is what it is. You know what I mean? And the reason why is some reason that's arbitrary, if that makes any sense. Like, so me, it's hard for me to remember something when it's when I look at it as like the reason why was arbitrary, if that makes any sense. I don't know. That's just the way my mind works. Language, they say languages is like math, and I struggle with math too. Because math is like that. Math is unforgiving. It just is what it is. And also the explanation for why things are the way they are is, again, kind of arbitrary and beside the point and just going to confuse you. If they explain you why, it doesn't help you. It's just is what it is. The numbers do this. The numbers say this. This is how you use the numbers, and that's it. And you have to memorize, what to do in certain circumstances, how you deal with the numbers, if that makes any sense.
Well, yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. I mean, I'm into more science. I mean, everything is scientific. So I mean, you can break it down. I mean, it's the study of. You know what I'm saying? Like you pretty much got to break it down. I mean, I do believe that getting the understanding because the etymology or even the usage sometimes is going to vary different cultures, but yeah, I do see it as math because it's all science.
So let me read some of the comments. Politicians just make the drugs like legal by prescription. Hillary scares me more. Cartels kill you for what you do. You can avoid that. Hillary people die for what they know. Something you can't and something you can't always control.
Yeah, like who you are.
Audible learning example. The alphabet song is the same tune as Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
Is it?
Oh. I don't know that, but I believe it. It makes sense. That's what they do. That's how it works. It would make sense. Catchy tune that you already even know, and then they just put the ABCs in there, and then boom, now you to memorize the ABCs.
Yeah, I mean, they do that with rap songs too.
Yeah.
We are
rap songs.
Frimpong.
Yeah, Frimpong. He's the last thing that I wanted to cover.
What kind of shit he on today?
He's talking about structural racism. That the name of his thing is structural racism is not about intent or outcomes. I didn't get a chance to watch it either, so that I don't know, but I'm always curious about what he has to say, and he usually says his whole point at the beginning anyways, and then he explains it after that. So let me see the comments. He says ABCDFG. Can you say your ABC? Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Let me just play the beginning of this video, y'all. Just a little bit of it. We'll chop it up about this, and then we'll probably wrap it a little while after
that. Confused. Come to you live every Thursday about this time, and I'm going to tell you right now about structural racism. It's not about intent or outcomes. we are confused about what we are talking about when we mean structural racism. And a lot of very smart people get this wrong all the time and are just confused themselves. So I'm going to make this clear. It's not about intent or outcomes. I'm going to give you a rather clear understanding of what's going on over the course of this video. So you're welcome in advance because you're going to be thanking me. So when I say it's not about intent or outcome, we know this in a way with market goods. For example, when I go to the store, if I were to buy a cell phone and I buy this, I have a choice between two cell phones. One cell phone was made in a sweatshop. The other cell phone was made in a highly automated factory where you have just a small staff of white collar technicians who like have a very cushy job and great programs. The price is not going to reflect the production costs as much as it's going to reflect the demand from the market for cell phones and then their competitive relationship with each other. So I have a cell phone that doesn't, and the price that was made for market, its reason for being in the market is to be on the market. That's why the company makes it for shareholders' profit. To put it in the market. And so it's on two cell phones on the market, one produced by sweatshop conditions, one produced by like highly automated cushy conditions. I, as a cell phone purchaser, I have my own reasons for buying the cell phone and how it fits in my life. So what is the cell phone? It's a commodity on the market that I'm going to buy. I can be pro-labor. The marketers can be pro-labor. The shareholders can be pro-labor. The cell phones are not qualitatively distinct. One is slightly marketed better than the other, and they both function in the same way in my life, and they function in the same way for the companies that produce them. Right? And so insofar as it's the anti-laborness is built into the market logic, that's not the case, because I could take the cell phone that was built by factory labor, by degraded factory labor, and replace it with another highly automated factory, and the prices would stay the same because the prices are about marketing and competition, less about production costs, right? So what we have right now then is a system that's anti-labor, but not in the intentions of the producers. I mean, not in the intentions of the consumers, not in the intentions of the shareholders who just want to profit. And we're talking about goods who, as they function in this market, are qualitatively identical. They're both equally attractive to the goal of the commodity is to be sold to consumers. And for the consumer, they're equally attractive. Right? And yet, you would say that this market is anti-labor, right? But where is it? Where's the exact location of its anti-laborness, right? It's not in the quality of the cell phones because they're qualitatively identical. The one that was produced in the nice factory and the one that was produced in the sweatshop. It's not in the intentions of the buyer, because I could be pro-labor. I'm just buying a cell phone. It's not in the intentions of the shareholder because they're just trying to make profit. And like they could be, they never thought about labor. It's just not like it's never in those intentions. It's not in the structure of the market, or it's not in the functioning of the market, because I can replace the bad cell phone or the sweatshop cell phone with another high-tech factory cell phone, and the market logic would still be the same. They would still the prices would still be the same because that's about competition and marketing. So where is the anti-laborness? And that is a question I'm going to answer right after I hit the beat. Once you understand where that is, you'll start. Market can be anti-labor even if none of the participants in their subjective attitudes or the market's objective logic is anti-labor. So where is it? Where is it? It's not in the subjective attitude. It's not in the market logic. It's in the structure and the materials, right? And so how you understand, the way to understand this is you have to understand that the cell phone has an independent existence, an existence that is different from its functioning in the market, and an existence that is different from its like place in my aspirations in order to use a cell phone. Right? It has an independent existence, and that independent existence has properties. And because that cell phone has certain properties, it can be used as a commodity in the market, but those properties are independent of its being in the market. It doesn't get those properties from being in the market. It gets those properties independently of the market, and the properties, the structural properties of the cell phone enable it to be in the market. It's not the other way around. And if you want an example of another way around, and where we usually get these confused, is like the history of science is a history of kind of studying organisms. And to be an organism or to be a member of an organization, right, you get your being from the organization. Like hands grow from people. They don't have an independent existence. Hearts grow within the organization. They do not have an independent existence outside of the human body. You can't take a heart out and put it on a shelf. No, you have to mimic its relationship to a human body if you need it to like sustain being what it is. You cut off a hand, it instantly starts degrading. You put a heart, take it out, like it doesn't have an independent existence. And so what it is to be an organ is to be a functioning part of an organism without an independent. It gets all of its being, it grows from, and is sustained by, while being differentiated from other organs, the organism, right? And so we think of things getting their identity from their function, and their function being how they actively participate in the whole. We don't think of them as having an independent existence. This is, this gets deep. This is why we have a hard time figuring out what we look like in heaven. I mean, do I have glasses? How tall am I? Yeah, so like things having an independent existence outside of their functional relationships, it's actually kind of a hard thing to think about, but it becomes important. And the person who actually put this on the map in terms of science and the history of science and philosophy of science was Galileo. You might not know this, but he wrote this little treatise called The Two New Sciences, and one was on the science of materials. And he was critiquing the idea that what a thing is its relationship in proportion to other things. But and so you can't just, and he was critiquing the idea that you can just call a thing what it is relative to its relationship in proportion to other thing, a material thing. And he says that like, no, it doesn't work like that. And you can tell it doesn't work like that because of scaling. So in his experiments concerning scaling, he's like, look, you can have a person and you could shrink all of their parts. And like you can have the Ant-Man, right? Or like, the giant. And all of the parts either go up and keep the scale, or go down and keep the scale. And you'll have qualitatively different parts. The movie the book The Borrowers, or the Jonathan Swift
He's taking forever to get to his point. What up, Deuce? You there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. I'm here.
What's up, man? How you feel?
Pretty good, man. Just finishing up this delivery, bro. That's why I'm coming in late. Was over here delivering here in OKC.
It's okay, man. It's good. I'm happy to hear from you, bro.
Hey, same here. What's up, oh Pat? What's up, man?
Yeah, it's only saying 135,000. Add to
Same old thing, on here chopping it up. Fuck. I'm tired, I ain't gonna lie. And that dude was about to put me to sleep.
I think maybe it did put me.
Yeah, my bad, guys. I'm back. I was handling logistics real quick. getting my info entered in the system so I can get the hell out of here. But yeah, man, how you guys doing tonight or this morning, today? How was your day?
Everything's good, man. Chilling. How about yourself? How's the wife and the kids?
Man, they good, bro. They good. Waiting on me to come home. Waiting on me to get to the crib, man. So yeah, the wife actually told me today, talking about she get rich, I ain't leaving the house no more for work.
Well, shit.
Talking about I'm tired of this shit. You've been a truck driver since we've been married. I'm ready for a normal marriage.
Yeah, man. And sometimes you gotta make sacrifices, and that's what I be saying. It's we had the whole episode talking about money or time. Sometimes being the regular Joe Blow, the Al Bundy working at the shoe store,
Getting becoming a farmer.
Or whatever, and you get to be home with the family. You just keep your bills tight. You don't live outside of your means.
Yeah. I mean, that's true, but when I hit the ground, when I jumped off the porch and hit the ground running, bro, this was the best thing I seen to be able to provide for myself and get to me where I want it to be, lifestyle wise. So I chose this,
Yeah.
But I didn't need college education, so.
And what I always say, man, you can't judge another man for his decisions. We all got to make our decisions. For ourselves in our life about how we want to live.
Yeah, man. I'm one. I never pass. I don't. You know what I'm saying? At least I ain't gonna say I never, but I definitely try my damnedest to not pass judgment. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody do things different. Everybody there's a lot of people that can't do this, that can't do what I do. There's a lot of people think I'm crazy. But I remember growing up and saying that I wanted to have a nice life and someday, have a few million, and I remember the guy telling me that, well, sometimes in order to obtain that lifestyle and have that financial security, you got to go into that black hole, that black room. And that means, sometimes you have to forsake a lot of things to get to where you want. Not everybody gonna go along with you on your journey, and it's not for everybody. It's about you,
Yep. You got to make your decisions for what's best for you and your family. What you feel is best for you and your family, and your best way to get to where you're trying to get to.
Oh yeah.
So, and it's always sacrifices on either end. It's like whichever decision you make, it's going to be a sacrifice,
Man. Definitely, bro. Definitely, man. I just, I see a lot of my peers, man, that they are home every day. They are doing this and doing that, man, but they, they're working 2 and 3 jobs. You know what I'm saying? To try to hold things together, especially if you don't necessarily have that college degree behind you, what a lot of people want. Or, I could come home and go work in the chemical plant, but it's gonna be the same thing, shift work. I won't lay in my bed every night. It may be the next morning. So it's sacrifices on either end. Just gotta figure out the balance.
Yeah. Yep. Either way, it's gonna be sacrifices, one way or the other, and
Yes, sir.
it is what it is. Finding a balance in the household, but you've been doing it good though, because I wanted to mention like happy anniversary again.
Oh yeah, man. Thank you.
How was it? What
Bro, man, not to get off on that, but man, we had an amazing time, bro. We really had an amazing time. My wife expressed, feeling that, just to hear her say that was amazing. So, but we had an amazing time, bro.
Yep. Well, how long you say? 12 years?
14 years married, 15 years together.
Yeah, man, that's a success story right there, man.
Yeah. So yeah, man, appreciate it. Thank you guys.
Yep,
But it was,
congratulations.
thank you, brother. Yeah, it was amazing, man. We had a good time. We stayed at the Hilton Americas in downtown, and we went around to a couple of little spots, and, you know, had drinks and chilled, laughed, and joked, and just party amongst the two, bro, and had a blast without having any company with us.
That's
Yeah,
what's up, man.
yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah. So, what you been seeing anything in the news? Did you catch any part of the show or anything we was talking about?
Man, I came in at the very when YouTube finally let me uh, pull that link up in the comment section. I came in on the tail end, but the only thing that I've truly heard in the news here recently was the deal with the man. It's almost like a hit on the police in Houston, man. What's going on? Well, I ain't gonna just say Houston. I heard there was an officer in Wisconsin that got shot.
Yeah,
That
we was
just got
talking about
released
that.
from the hospital.
We was talking about that earlier. Yeah.
The third ward.
Yeah, the one in Houston and Third Ward today was a shootout. I did hear that they caught the guy who killed the officer over the weekend, though. They caught him in Mexico, I think.
Yeah, where was that guy? He from Houston? Was that in Texas?
Yeah, a police officer was doing a traffic stop over the weekend and say the guy got out the car, man, and just unloaded the gun on the police officer, man. The officer didn't have a chance, man. And they say they think what killed him was the fatal gunshot to the head.
And this was in where was this at again? I think I heard a bit of that.
That was in Houston, I think, on Saturday, bro. I think it was on Saturday in Houston. But the thing about it is, like I was telling my wife, I'm like, I thought the cop cars were bulletproof. So you mean to tell me they running around basically target practice? No bulletproof vehicles? Bulletproof windows at least?
I don't know, man. And then knowing how HPD are already off top, these niggas gonna be nerved the fuck up right now. All traffic stops.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, some of them gonna be like, I don't see nothing.
Yeah.
You know, I think a lot of these traffic stops shouldn't happen anyways. And I think that license plate light is not a good enough reason to pull people over and like search their car and ask them for their insurance and all of that shit.
Bro, look, I'm gonna connect it back to some political stuff, but it's almost, you know, meant for this type of stuff to be happening because of the flood of people that came in through the southern border. Based on what, you know, some of the things they said in the news is that some of these people have made deals with the cartel to, you know, if they make it in here, like they pretty much leverage certain things for them, you know. So once they get here, you owe the cartel certain shit, so they might make them start transporting drugs or doing this, doing that, or whatever. So there's more, you know, activity. So I mean, it may not have a direct connection, but potentially that's one of the things that could be why you're seeing as much of this as you are. And they're, you know, they're doing a lot of illegal stuff. They're getting pulled over because, you know, it's millions of people that just came through our southern border, whether they were Mexicans or coming out of, you know, Venezuela, you know, South America or whatever. But
yeah,
Yeah, man, it's crazy though. It's crazy, man. I mean, You just never know, man. It seemed like an all-out war, but I'm not gonna lie to you, man. That's where I would, when I hear about things like this and people acting that way, I think about the topic the guy was talking about. Man, I forget his name. The guy that was talking about the energy, the way they control people through the waves, energy waves and things of that nature. Because man, it's just like to me, it's like, what makes you wake up and say, I'm gonna go kill some cops? You know what I'm saying? What makes you wake up and say, I'm gonna go commit this brutal homicide on just some random person? You know what I'm saying?
That may not have been the intention when they woke up, but when you talk about crime syndicates and you start seeing police that's trying to tell you what to do, or you potentially getting locked up in a country that you're not really from, and you just kind of here handling business, that might be the what's already programmed in their head that they have to do in order for them not to get
locked up.
Yeah, locked up over here, in this, in America. I mean, well, I'm saying in America because we got to change how we say that, but in, say United States.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, man, it's crazy, man. I never forget. I had a cousin, and matter of fact, in Louisiana, he's dead now. But man, this dude, he was so wild, bro. I remember him telling stories of what people sound like on their last breath after he would do something to him. Like, yeah, that motherfucker, he was laying there. Like, this dude was nuts, man. He was psycho. But yeah, man. Dang, bro, I sure hate that I missed the show, man. You text me, and as you text me, I was pulling up to the Amazon facility, and where their liquid hydrogen tank is at the Amazon facility, it's right there for the runway for the planes taking off and coming into the airport here in OKC. And that shit is loud. I was like, nah, I'm not going to put the audience through that. I was like, I'll try to catch them, before it ends.
Oh, you in Oklahoma?
Yeah, I'm in Oklahoma, yeah. We had 2 deliveries up here in Oklahoma. We did one in Ochaleta, Oklahoma, which is just north of Tulsa, and then I shot back down from Ochaleta to OKC. Now we headed back to Houston. Go pick up another one and go somewhere else, so, yeah.
What's the name of that part? What's on I-30? The part on I-35 when you're leaving out of, when you're leaving out of Texas into Oklahoma.
You say what's the town?
Ardmore.
Yeah, Ardmore is the first major town. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like 30 miles up. But like when you first get into where the casino is, what's the name of that town?
Man, Pat, I do not know the name of that town, bro. I do not know the name of that town, but yeah, where the big WinStar Casino is, the one that has the big jumbotron screen that's literally on the building and all that. The one with the crazy lights. Yeah, it's a whole resort. Yeah. I do not know the name of that town, bro.
I want to take my mama there.
Yeah. And that's crazy how, Texas has not allowed Oklahoma. I mean, has not allowed Oklahoma, but has not allowed casinos. Like, literally, man, you realize I guess they make money elsewhere, but it's like, man, you realize how much money they missing off of that?
Well, yeah, but I mean, and the crazy thing is they got so many games named after, like they got poker games named after Texas Hold'em and all this kind of stuff, and they don't allow gambling in Texas.
Nah, it's crazy.
Doc say people outside Texas or so California just cannot comprehend how dangerous and animalistic MS-13 is. And then he says Thackerville. Yeah, that must have been what y'all were trying to. Thackerville.
Is that the name of it in Oklahoma?
And Curtis says, "Hey, side note: Are the Lakers are 24-24 on the anniversary of Kobe Bryant's death? Any thoughts?"
24-24, so that's wins and losses. And this has been what, 2 years?
Yeah. Yeah, it's been 2 years, and I think he passed away in 2020, right? Or 2019, 2020.
No, I think yeah, I don't really have any real thoughts on that. I mean, it's you know, sometimes certain things just are coincidence, or you know, maybe a natural synchronicity, but no real. I don't know. I hadn't had enough time to really have any real deep thought on it, I guess. But maybe the more we can ask that again, I might have a different feeling. But I mean, I think that you know, I don't think that was something that they purposely done. You know, like I said, I mean, the universe has its way of speaking to us through numbers that's not purposely done. You know what I'm saying? And numbers is the language of the universe.
Yeah.
As far as frequencies and things like that. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's like my sister. She's real heavy into astrology, and that's like she was telling me. She's like she'll call me like once every other week and be like, "Have you ordered your birth certificate with the actual time you were born?" And I'm like, "No."
No,
she's like, "That's very important. That's very important. You need to get that."
Well, hey, I'm gonna tell you, bro. You kind of you do look at things a little bit differently once you have done that, you know. But because I mean, astrology, that's one thing that I think may not be quite as accurate or based on, as you know, like numerology would be the route I would go more so than astrology. Numerology, because the sequence in which, I mean, because there's certain things that's already set into place when you were born, the time, like the date, the time, you know, where it meets up with where you are right now and, you know, near future. I mean, you can, bro, I mean, it's really crazy how a lot of that stuff really goes together. So
I got you. I got you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued by it, even if it was just like for entertainment purposes. But, bro, when you know and these are calculations, like they add and subtract and do these different things. So I mean, it's something that I'd at least, you know, I would suggest somebody do at least once.
I got you.
Yep.
So yeah, man. What part of the country they got you in, Pat?
Man, I'm still in Tennessee, bro.
Oh wow.
I was supposed to leave today, but they ran a test on my valve cover gasket or whatever. So I had to get another gasket, and like, yeah, I guess you know it took them longer because they didn't have some tool, or I don't know, something crazy. But however, I should be out of here definitely tomorrow. What time, I'm not sure exactly, but I guess they just want to make sure I don't have any leaks when I leave.
I got you. I got you. Man, have you had any major issues since you have had your truck deleted?
I mean, I guess it really depends on what you call major issues. I mean, because I mean, you know, when you're dealing with a big truck like this and you working it the way you do, I mean, you're gonna have to dig deep into the engine every so often just because of. I mean, shit. Right now, all right, I'm looking at. I got 854,000 miles on this truck. So,
Okay.
you know, it's been, you know, it's done some work. Like, I mean, another 150 miles, 145,000 miles, I'll be at 1,000,000.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you gonna have certain things you just have to do. And like last year, I think I spent about $20,000 on just different little stuff here, there, or whatever. I mean, it's
Yeah.
but
Okay. Nah, I got you.
Hey, y'all check this out. Let me see.
Years ago. Look at since we met you people 500 years ago. Look at us. We've given everything. You are still taking. It's true. I mean, where will the whole Western world be without Africa? Our cocoa, our timber, our gold, our diamonds, our platinum, our whatever. Everything you are is us. I am not saying it, it's a fact. And in return for all of this, what have we got? Nothing. Anti-personnel indoctrination against ourselves. If you go and cook your horrible diseases like AIDS, you say it is us. You brought us tuberculosis. We didn't have this big cough until white people came here. In exchange for Africa giving Europe 500 solid years of our people, I mean, not Europe, the Western world, of our human beings to work your hands, to dig your gold, to take in gold itself, diamond, I mean, you know, fish, peanuts, palm oil, everything. In exchange for that, we have got nothing. Nothing. And you know it. Nothing. And you look upon, you know, white folks look upon us like monkeys. It is true. It's in your literature. Hey, you know, some of your best thinkers have said this about us. Have you heard of all these Germans? Have you heard? Okay. Yes. They said, Lord Burton, people like that, they said, we don't even have the brain of animals. That's what we've got from you people.
But don't you think that this is over now?
Over where? Is it over? Who said that AIDS came from the green monkey? Since we met you people 500.
And look at this.
Well, well, I'm sorry because I gotta say this because we had a conversation earlier about the cancer thing. Is AIDS just living in our body and just waiting for a chance to just come out?
AIDS and cancer is two totally different things. Look at this fried alligator. Would y'all eat this?
What you mean? Hell no, I wouldn't eat no shit like that, bro.
Y'all see it?
Yeah, I see it. I wouldn't eat it.
Hell yeah.
Nah, I ain't that country.
Yeah, this somewhere in Africa, gotta be.
Nah, you can't just say they do that. They eat like that in Louisiana, down in the deep swamp. They'll cook a whole gator like that, and they cut the meat off of it.
But no, the whole thing that because I mean, you eat it out of Papados or some restaurant when it's like
chopped
little
up
fingers.
in little pieces.
Yeah, but
I don't eat gator at all, bro. I don't eat gator at all. Now my cousin them broke me up from that. See, growing up being the youngest, down there in Louisiana, and the crazy shit that the bigger cousins used to like to do to us young kids. I don't eat that. I don't fuck with no gator.
I ain't gonna lie, I would dive right into that shit. That shit look delicious to me.
Yeah,
My grandpa.
but you see, I like different ethnic foods where the way I mean because like I'm gonna tell you, like I had somebody we went to a ethnic we was working for this company. This not well no he was a Cameroonian, and we went to a restaurant with him, and he pretty much kind of ordered for us or whatever, and it was pretty much the whole fish that they baked or grilled, smoked, or grilled or whatever, however they cooked it, and it was the whole fish with the head and everything still on it. Now it was gutted from inside out, it was cleaned and everything, but they left the head on it and cooked it. But just because the fish, she said the fish was looking back at her, she couldn't eat it. I'm like, just imagine fish without the head on it. Eat the rest, just eat the body. You don't have to eat the head.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
eat my fish like that. Now my grandfather, that's from deep Louisiana, he grew up back in the day, where blacks had absolutely no right. He'll tell he used to call us nasty for eating seafood. He's like, what the fuck y'all eating that seafood for? We try to give him some. And he'll tell you, even fish, he'll tell you, I don't want that shit. And I'm like, well, why? So he told us, he said, because when I was a kid, when they would pull my brothers and sisters out these little swamps when the white man that killed them, you got crawfish, you got catfish and crabs stuck to their body eating on them. It's like, I don't eat that shit.
But those are bottom feeder fish. And that's, I shouldn't eat shrimp or, like shrimp, lobster, all that, all those are bottom feeders. So, catfish or whatever, like we shouldn't eat that stuff, but there's fish that actually, are real clean fish.
Yeah, some fish don't even eat meat. Some fish eat like, moss and shit like that,
Yeah, I mean, I know that, but you talking to a dude that grew up back then like that, you can't tell him that. In his mind, he gonna argue. In his mind, all of it's nasty. I don't want it.
Well,
I ain't gonna. That's just like he didn't eat pig. He wouldn't eat pork. And he wasn't no Muslim, devout Muslim or nothing. He just ain't eat pork. He didn't eat chicken. The only thing you could get him to eat was pretty much beef. If he ate meat, other than that, he pretty much only ate vegetables and shit, man. Vegetables and fruit.
It sounds like a very intelligent.
At one point, all religions were against pork. So
I'm finna say he sounds like an intelligent person, and eating pork, not eating pork, is probably a good idea. No matter what religion you have, or if you don't have a religion.
It ain't no probably to it because that you cannot, like, no matter how like you can well done pork as much as you want, you still gonna have parasites in it. There's like. They said that you could never cook all of the worms and stuff out of pork. So
let me read a couple of comments. Doc said 2020 during the lockdown. Curtis said, I just thought that was interesting. Doc says date, time of day, longitude and latitude. Doc says I've had gator plenty of times. Hey, so but what about the comments that the lady said about Africa and, the West just feeding out for Africa and giving them nothing in return, and then calling the black people monkeys and.
Well, I know she has some geographical misunderstandings, but because Europe is right above Africa, so. Whatever part of the world Africa's in, Europe is in.
That's just one of those terms, though. That's an academic term. I agree with you, but
I get So
we just use that.
Yeah. For me, that's the first thing that pops out. But because I know they use the idea of Western mindset. So even thinking that maybe. Africa would have been better off if it didn't have gold and all these different mines, diamonds, this, that, and the other. I mean, at some point, I mean, I guess if that wasn't available, something would have been worthy of them to rob them for as well. But I mean, I still look at the people themselves as as not necessarily a threat, but I mean a problem for themselves because, you know, if you don't have anybody that's willing to fight to get your stuff back, kind of the same thing that we're dealing with here in America. I mean, we do have people that's willing to fight, and I guess different little small places do fight, but you know, of course, each country, you know, deciding to do it is like a small scale based on how European countries can unite real quickly to shut you down. So, I mean, it's unfair. I mean, it's just one of those things that you know, is already a part of our history, and not just our history, but our present. So, I mean, everything she says is true, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much is worth talking about if you're not gonna try to change it.
Yeah. Like it's just kind of like
I mean,
preaching
you
to the
cry.
choir.
Yeah, you
Right.
just. I mean, you crying about something. You know, like you gossiping, you're talking shit about it, but you're not really trying to. You know, you're not really doing anything about it. Because women actually has way more power than they think. Like they're the ones that birth these boys, these people that could become warriors. But you know, they're still a lot of times so scared of the government that they tell them no, they should. You know, like they still keep them submissive from rising up and taking back what's already theirs.
Check this little clip out. This should spark some conversation.
With love, because I have realized some truths. I am not intimidating, you're intimidated. There's a difference. I don't take up too much space. You're just used to people playing small. My inner light is not too bright. You're just used to dimming your own. I am not mean nor aggressive. I am honest and assertive, and that makes you uncomfortable. And I do not make you uncomfortable. My presence challenges your comfort. All of that is yours. I will not be less for you to feel better about yourself. Own your stuff. I say this.
Yeah, I agree with, you know, that in a lot of cases because I mean, you know, you know, I mean, we're all human beings. I mean, in a lot of cases, men are intimidated or threatened by a woman who has her own thing or has, you know, a little clout. Because I mean, really, we all have the same power. It's just whether or not you utilize it or not. And I mean, I'm not gonna step down my, my, make myself less just to fit in with you. So I wouldn't expect anybody else to, whether it's male or female.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that energy comes from that masculine femininity thing that they got going on to
Well,
try
I
to,
mean, well, I mean, when we're talking about just, because I mean, a lot of that is individualistic. So, I mean, but, as a whole, I mean, we do need women to, you know, help us raise families. Like, I mean, we can't have a family, like she's a key ingredient to the family. So, I mean, when we're looking at it from that aspect, because I mean, I'm just listening to the conversation, that comment she made. But if we're gonna flip it, I may not get as extreme as Jay Lethal, but at the same time, we can't have a family without her.
Yeah. And I want her to be assertive, and I want her to be a presence.
Yeah.
And I don't
Yeah.
have no problem with that. And it's not. It's.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes they can be intimidating, like they're so smart and so beautiful and so strong, but that's okay. That could be anything that's worthwhile is going to be a little bit scary. But I think that a lot of the women this generation are taking that, from a toxic place, and you know, that's the reason why dudes have a hard time approaching females nowadays, because they just cut them up. Even if they like the dude, they cut them up. It's just, you get what I'm saying?
But I mean, that's naturally women test men and their ability to lead, and if they are qualified to,
So if they can't handle the pressure,
to be the head, and if you get all flustered and all like you're not worthy. I mean, I kind of look at. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, for me, a woman that has that kind of strength turns me on. Like, it's like I like the challenge personally, but I don't have to beat her up or make
Speak,
her
brother.
less.
Keep speaking, brother.
Yeah, I don't have to make her less for me to be more. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, we're gonna have to make some kind of agreements. We're gonna have to have a negotiation of how this thing is gonna work, because if we're talking about, like I said, building a family, how is this thing gonna work out? Because we see a lot of failures in our community where this woman is still going out and working, and our kids are the man. I mean, I don't think that he's really built for the nurturing. Even though we can do the nurturing, we're not necessarily naturally built for that. We're the providers, we're the protectors, and that's our wheelhouse. So, and at some point, they have to decide which one is more important to them: this corporate job or the family.
and that's a tough choice, because people take the corporate job for their family.
Yeah,
I
but
feel like
that starts the conversation on what's more important, the money or the community. Because I mean, if you're a community builder, I mean, you're gonna reap more benefits because you have that unit that over a position that you could get fired from at any time, or you shifting from one place to the next and just dealing with all the stresses and things that come with that corporate. Because I mean, honestly, when you have a corporate job, your manager, your boss is shit more like your husband than your husband, because you on deadlines. When they say they need this or they want that, you're trying to keep be a part of the competitive side of the corporation. So you're gonna drop the lives that you've created for this whatever lifestyle that you might be glorifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean,
But then you would have a woman that would argue, that why should I have to say I quit my job? You just hear all that shit all the time. Like, why should I have to always be the one to make the sacrifice and quit my job? I went to school to have a career, to have my own, just as well as you did. Why can't it be a partnership? And you take, if I'm at work doing this, why can't we align our schedules to be?
I think a lot of that comes from not communicating well, and I was talking about that in the other video. Sometimes, like the spouse might think that you like you're miserable in the job, and you hate going to the job, and it's making you miserable, and your spouse might not really want you to do that. They see you miserable, and they see you suffering, but y'all haven't had this conversation, and y'all are missing each other. You think she wants you to go ahead and work that job so that you can pay the bills, even though you're miserable, but she will be totally happy with you taking a lesser job or not even working at all and letting her income cover the bills, and y'all just work things out
Well,
until you find something, a career or something that you want to do. That, because like I be saying though, if you're miserable, you're gonna make the people around you miserable.
Yeah,
well,
my
and
wife
what,
would
my,
definitely prefer me to take something
well,
that pays a little less.
well, look, I'm gonna tell you
You
this
know,
because I mean, if we look, you know, if we're gonna follow the science, you know, we're gonna really look at the details of, you know, how, like, how we're built in nature. Like, women aren't built for stress. You know, like handling the stress is so much more difficult for them, you know, than it is for us. Like, you know, yeah, you know, we go through it and we don't like it either, but at the same time, you know, a lot of times we can handle it a lot more. And based on, like, I mean, and even when you get to the root of why, you know, these corporate jobs become so sexy and people wanting to get it, is because of, you know, a lot of the stuff that we're sold in, you know, our societal views, what's real and, you know, what's important, which when you really look at it, I mean, it's really not worth a damn overall. Like, I mean, we end up becoming so materialistic that this fight for the top, getting, you know, so much money that's supposed to provide you with different luxuries. I mean, I get it because I mean, I enjoy those same types of luxuries, but you know, especially when, you know, you have somebody that can provide you the same lifestyle that you could get on your own. Why have those type of fights? You know, if she, and I just told, and this might be just my opinion, I feel like when the wife or the woman is the head, she's making all the money and this, that, and this, that, and the other, you've turned around the whole ecosystem of the family. You know, people do it. I've seen it. You know, for some people it kind of works, but then again it doesn't, because there's always a power struggle. Especially when they know that they the ones that's, you know, paying the bills. They're not quite as fair with, you know, that exchange when they, you know, they're the ones that's doing the providing. Like, they gonna let you know, who did this and who did that in most cases. Maybe not all, but most. So there's an imbalance that's growing here that at some point is gonna fester to, you know, shit, y'all might end up hating each other because of that whole dynamic. So just really being able to, you know, look through what's really important is really what's gonna really determine if y'all's relationship is the same. You know, is gonna really be good for both, either of you. She may start like totally disrespecting you because, you know, she realizes she really don't want to be where she's been at. Y'all, she done made it, because, you know, we make rash decisions all the time, just like in the moment what you think you want. But when you really get in the moment and you see that what you thought you wanted is not all what it's cut out to be, and you've taken that stance, and, you know, you're allowing her to have this career, and you're gonna take the back road, or, you know, take the, you know, take the back seat. Y'all have kind of put yourselves in a situation that it's gonna be hard to turn around. You know, so I mean, a lot of it, when guys are saying that, I know it's more out of that protection mode. You know, hey, this is what will work better for the overall. You know, so I
And
see,
that's
but
hard. It's
I
hard for a
understand.
man to swallow his pride. But for whichever household, whatever works best for your household is what works best for your household. Fuck
Yeah.
whatever anybody else got to say about it.
Well, no, and that's like, I mean, I believe that wholeheartedly. But like I said, for me, I look at more so. I know, like, I've seen so many different examples of how tough it is for the woman in these corporate positions, or where they're in competition, that they realize at some point that it's not all cut up to be what they thought it was,
Yeah.
and they want out. Some of them don't even have a choice one way or the other, and they suffer through it throughout their lives. But they they dealing with all kind of psychological issues because of they weren't built to deal with all of that.
But I think men go through the same thing, right?
Well, I think, of course, I mean, you're gonna have. I mean, it happens to everybody, but we're talking about the majority.
I think you have men go through it, but you also, I think the men that go through that, 9 times out of 10, they like, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? This is what I got to do to provide. This is what I got to do. This is what I got right now. You know what I'm saying? But, I think a lot of times men that want to move beyond that shit, they're always looking for an avenue to get to where they want to be. You know what I'm saying? Because, I found my place. I found myself in that situation where I'm like, man, this shit here, it's not, I wasn't happy, but it was getting my bills paid. You know what I'm saying? I was able to provide. So that was the thing that kept me going. But when I saw my out, I took that shit quick, fast, and hurt.
Yeah.
Because I can't stress enough how what we make sacrifices for our family, and we want them to have things, and we want them to not suffer, and then we suffer. We end up making choices that cause us to suffer. But when we're miserable, it's not good for nobody. It's not good for your spouse, and it's not good for your kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or yourself.
Or especially yourself.
Like I've just got
your
to
health,
a point.
Your physical health, your mental health.
Like I've just got to a point. Like because I've always been the youngest guy. Mostly, majority of the companies that I've been at, whether it's me working for myself or for a company, I've always been the youngest guy. And and I just working around these older gentlemen all the time, and they just like, man, bro, we hear you always talk about your wife and your kids and what you do for them, and man, do you ever take the time out to do stuff for yourself? And my thing was like, nah, I feel good making sure my kids happy, making sure my wife and them happy. I'm straight. I'm at work all the time. And it was like I had a moment where the shit kind of hit the fan. Where I really got to a point to where I found myself like I found myself feeling like, damn, what I do for myself. I feel like I make everybody else happy. It got to a point where I felt like I was being taken advantage of, even by my wife and my children. Where I didn't have my happiness. And it wasn't that they were taking advantage of me. It was just me not pouring into myself the way that I pour into them.
Well,
and I had to realize that, and I started to do little things here and there, and that's when I noticed that I started to shine a little bit more. I felt different. And like I say, it wasn't that I was being misused or being, taken advantage of. It was just,
I think a lot of men
taking that time out for Dara.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes I said sometimes we need that. I mean, we all need our own little time, or certain things that make us feel good or whatever. But you didn't really feel that way before somebody interjected that thought into your mind. You were happy with, like what, like providing for your family gives you a certain feeling of happiness as well, right? I mean, do you really feel like,
it still does. Like, I would rather go out and splurge on my wife and my children, making sure that they have what they need and what, I don't get them everything they want, but, surprising them with little things, surprising my wife with little stuff, and my kids with little things. Like it gives me a sense of happiness. It makes me feel like, damn, like, bro, because I didn't have that. It's like, damn, I crossed over. Like, I am that man. I'm being that man that I always desired to be, that I said that if I ever have wife and children, this is who I would be. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I would want to do. And, like, I desire, like, that's me. I desire to be good to my kids and to my wife and making sure that they have, what they need, some of what they want, I'm not gonna lie, my kids are very spoiled, but they're good kids as well, I don't have disrespectful kids that aren't performing, doing what they need to do as children, but it's just like, I have that desire, that's me, like, I'm cool with, every once in a while I go buy myself an outfit or something like that, for me it's like, hey man, I want them to. I want them to
breaking up.
Yeah.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, I'm rolling, bro.
As black men, though, man, as black men, I was having this conversation with Jay Lethal at work, and I was saying that, it's a reason why certain people are supposed to rule the world or whatever, because these people are the people that are more giving to others. But there can be a bad side on that where we are more caring for others than we are ourselves. Therefore, it's detrimental to ourselves and others. Because as the leaders, we have to be taking care of ourselves first so that we can provide. What they say, they pour into one cup into the other cup, or however the fuck that shit goes. And but we got to take care of ourselves, bro, as black men. And I have to remind myself to do that too. Like, I just bought a phone for Kenzie, my middle child. Her birthday was on the 24th. And I spent a good amount of money on that shit. And I when I was buying it, and it felt good. And like I agree with you dudes, it feels good to be able to do it. And I was happy to be able to do it. But then I was thinking, when was the last time I spent this much on myself?
Yeah. Yeah, that's just like, like my birthday rolled around. Like I literally, I splurged on myself in the form of what I like, Like I had my whole audio system in my pickup truck redone. I didn't buy what they had in stock on the shelf. I had my shit custom built, my subs custom built for performance, competition performance. The company, matter of fact, I just passed a facility here in Oklahoma City, Digital Design. Like, all of my shit was built, had it custom built. I splurged on myself. That was like, what is my 35th birthday? I'm not having a party. And if I had a party, I would be paying for everybody else to come to my party to eat and drink. So I'm like, fuck it, I'll take that money. Yeah, I spent 3 racks on that shit, but hey, I'm happy. I got a loud ass pickup truck. Like my shit sound good. I got the beat, bass, whatever I want. You
need to play some of my songs. I got songs here on YouTube. Bump some of my shit. I'm gonna blow your speakers out with my shit. I got extra bass in my shit.
So what the music that you be playing on the
yeah, they're available.
YouTube?
Yeah, they're available. You can bump that shit if you want.
It's on YouTube.
It's on this same channel.
Oh, okay.
But is it how do I actually locate it?
It's high quality sound too. It's under I made a whole little.
I got woofers in my truck.
Man, I would love for you to tell me how my shit gonna blow your damn speakers out. So be careful.
It ain't gonna blow. It ain't gonna blow my shit out, homeboy.
Man, I made those beats, right. And I was in love with subs at the time. So trust me. Be careful. What was I gonna say? I have a playlist under my page, and it's called Jams. I think it's called. Or it's called Lost Tapes. It's called Lost Tapes. And all my songs are in there. Or
Yeah.
you could just type in the names of the songs, or you could just go to my channel. You go to my channel and go to videos, and then go to go to Lost Tapes, or just scroll.
Yeah,
It's
you're
like,
not gonna
I
blow
got
my
like,
subs out though, bro. My subs are each one can withstand.
yeah, I got
But
it's
it's on
40.
the, but it's on the, but it's
You
on
know
the
what I'm
King
saying?
Chaka
So you
ENT.
ain't-
Right, it's under this same page. It's under this same page. This is the
Okay.
only place I have my music at too, on YouTube. I was just trying something different because I think that, you know, because if they do take off and people like them, I'll get recognition through the YouTube views, because this is the only place where you can play it.
I can access it through YouTube Music as well.
You should be able to. I don't see why not.
Okay,
Oh,
because yeah,
okay.
I can put a little playlist together.
Yeah, throw my shit on your playlist.
And
Yes.
you can't get your shit like on Apple Music.
I put 2 songs. What did I do? I think I don't know. They were asking me for money and shit. I couldn't even find it. They said I published it on Spotify. I put 3 or 4. I think I put 4 songs up on Spotify. But I can't even find them, and I ain't even tripping on that shit. It's like old music anyway, and all those songs are on YouTube. You can stream them right here on YouTube. YouTube plays pretty good as long as you have a good Wi-Fi, good connection. Then you're gonna get good sound quality out of it. It streams good.
Oh yeah, no, I do it a lot. So
That's the one thing that I kind of hate about music now, because everything is kind of went to streaming.
Yeah.
And even like with CDs, you know, CDs are compressed files. So a lot of times when they do compressed files and they put it on a CD, you're still losing the true sound quality because it's a compressed file. So you're not getting all of the bass notes and everything. You know what, dude? That's why I want to get me a fucking one of them old school iPods that has a little dial on it. I want to get me one of them that's got like a bunch of fucking memory on it. That way I can download my audio, like the true fucking audio. But you have to get one with like the biggest memory on it, because those files is gonna use a lot more space. But you're getting like the true bass notes. You're getting like everything, man. Like the quality of the music, you know, it's like studio quality. You know what I'm saying? When you getting the true. Because that's just me. Like I find, like I say, when I built this system, I didn't build this system to do competition or nothing like this. I built this system because I not only want to hear the bass, but I like to feel the bass. I like the way the bass hits and that shit vibrates it back, and you know what I'm saying, like you feel that shit through your chest. And so that's how I had my system built, and you know, high quality. I had the custom amp, custom sub. You know, I put the neodymium magnets on the motors and shit. So, like, my shit, it's hitting, bro. Like, my whole truck fucking vibrates like a motherfucker.
I want to hear my shit in your shit, bro. I'm gonna come over there just to bump my shit over there.
Yeah, I'll be home Sunday. I'll be home probably Saturday, around noon or evening, and then my off days are Sunday, Monday. So.
All right. Yeah.
Matter of fact, my custom amp, my audio guy called me. It came in, so I got to go up there Monday morning so they can put my custom amp in on that shit. So, you know, right now with all of my setup, I'm pushing right about 4,800 watts on everything.
oh shit.
Yeah. And when I tell you, I got a little extended cab Ranger. I got 2 fucking 10s. I had one single 12, which my 12 I'm sending it off to be reconed and have new voice coils and everything put on it. And I may put that 12, like if I get like a little car or something, I may put that single 12 in there. But I got 2, no bullshit, I got 2 10s that's capable of handling right at 4,800 watts each. I put the neodymium magnets on the motor to get the supercharge the motors, basically. I got, instead of one spider, my shit is super stiff. I got like 3 spiders on my shit. So before he can install it, he had to put it on the break-in machine and let him break in for like 2 weeks. I got the ESP suspension around the surrounds. So yeah, they can take it's digital designs, man. They're beating the world records every year. They still got the best, the loudest custom built, hand built shit right here in the United States. Like that shit hitting so hard, bro. I'm telling you, it's people talk down on it. I got 2 10s that'll put. Yeah, if you coming to me with some bullshit ass 15s, get ready to get embarrassed because you're about to get embarrassed. Like my shit is built for competition class. It ain't loud. I mean, it's beat based. Like if you stand outside of my truck, you feel that shit. Everybody that's been stopped me, like, dude, I feel this shit in my car. Like it's hitting that hard. No bullshit.
Yeah, man. It's getting late. We're over 4 hours, man. I'm gonna have to wrap it. It's almost 2
Yeah, it's time
a.m.
for me. I was there. I was trying to hold on, but yeah, it's time for me as well.
So y'all got any last thoughts?
Not really.
Yeah, and that's why I was letting y'all talk for a while too, because I was tired of talking. I was like drinking the whole damn time. My throat was kind of hurting. I didn't drink enough tea.
Yeah, I feel that. Well, man, it was definitely a pleasure. It's always good to come in here and listen to you guys. Get a good lesson. Like I say, I apologize. I hate when I miss the show, bro. Like I literally do. You know, that's why I try to sneak in when I'm at home and shit. Like put the wife to bed early. Yeah, I'll be. Yeah, but definitely, man. Like, yeah, it was a joy, man.
No big deal, man. We'll be back tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I'll be out here still, man. I got today is Friday, so my actual Friday is Saturday, so I'll be out here. So yeah, man. But yeah, just hit me up, let me know, bro. If you gonna come through,
yeah.
Be
All right,
chilling.
bro.
I ain't gonna be on no hard liquor or nothing like that. Actually, bro, I'm gonna do some. I'm gonna grill out for the wife and the kids. Hopefully Sunday if there's no rain. Put some stuff on the pit, and then I'm gonna probably do some. I ain't doing nothing real hard. Probably spiked mimosas. I'll probably make up some spiked mimosas. One with like orange juice, and then one with some other kind of fruit juice or whatever. You know, probably put a little vodka in it. That's about it.
That sounds wonderful. But I work Sunday though. If I'm able to, it'd be on Monday. And Monday afternoon, I think, because I got a class in there. Yeah, so or Monday morning for class. I don't know. Either way, whatever, man.
All right, man.
Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all for listening. Doc, Deuce, Curtis, Elliot. Who else was here today? Curtis. Damn. I can't remember. Thanks for everybody for being here, y'all. Thanks for y'all for supporting the channel.
Yeah, definitely. Let me know when you're in town, Pat, man. Shit, you got some time, man. Maybe we can link up, bro. Go have something. Go grab some lunch or dinner or something, man. Meet the family.
I shared. Did y'all get the contacts? I shared contact with each one of y'all for each other. Did y'all get that?
Yes, I did get. I got his number. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I sleep during the day, bro. Like I stopped driving about 6:30 in the morning. I go off duty official, not working about 7. And after I talk to the wife and the kids, I usually crash out about 9 till about 6 in the afternoon, honestly.
Yeah. Should I be sleeping in the morning time too? Because I don't get much sleep at night.
Yeah. But nah, man, definitely, bro. I appreciate you guys. But yeah, man, Pat, let me know, man. I'm serious, man. I ain't bullshitting, man. Hopefully our schedules can line up next time you have availability and you around town. Let me know, man. I definitely You know, go grab something to eat, hang out, man. But yeah, man, well, y'all have a good one, bro. Have a good night, man. Be careful out there.
All right, man. Peace and love.
Same here. Peace and love, bro. See,
All right.
talk with
Y'all have
y'all
a good
tomorrow.
All right. Have a good night.
How you doing? What's up, man? I'm hearing y'all niggas over here talk. I was listening to that shit, man. I'm hearing these niggas. I'm like, God damn, man.
Yeah, the narrative.
Because I thought you would have, maybe.
Yeah. Woke up.
that you could believe in that is gonna still guide you towards fear, or you know, things that's gonna take you away from nature. You know what I'm saying? So that just the idea of belief is not necessarily the stronghold.
Right. You know, you got to have some science backing up. Doc says it's the secret. Quantum physics, the combined power of all mankind's belief, become an energy field that we can draw on and use to manipulate our world. We are created in God's image as a spiritual being connected to the universe. The meat sack is just the shell. We are the power.
Yeah.
Well said, Doc.
Yep, well said. And I think we can end on that. That's
perfect.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all for your time. Thank y'all for commenting. Thank y'all for liking and sharing and subscribing and telling your friends.
Yeah. Thank y'all for everything. Getting our viewership up. You know, I think our viewership will be growing a lot more in the near future. So we thank y'all in advance.
Yeah.
Come and join the club.
Yep. Come join the conversation. Come chat with me and Pat.
I didn't know that you realized that.